was pretty freaking good last year, been pretty good so far. So he can come in and close games, and it's a bright spot there. At least you have that. I've used bright spot like 4 times because it was a weird loss, but you're 16-8. You're still, 5 games up in the division, and the Phils and Mets both lost last night, so.
It was Jose Suarez last night, right?
Yeah, Jose Suarez came in and
I just want to make sure I clarify that.
But Robert Suarez should take over the closing duties, I would assume.
All right, Braves play the Nationals again today at 6:45. Martin Perez is set to pitch. This hour is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Hey, the draft is tomorrow. We've got one last mock draft to look at, glean some ideas of how the Falcons might maneuver through the weekend. That's next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Overturned vehicle remains eastbound I-20 right there at I-75, 85 as you make your way towards Midtown. It looks like part of that ramp is blocked off, so very, very minimal delays. Construction still up northbound 285 Cascade Road, trying to get those barrels, all of those barrels off to the side. Still seeing some delays there. I would tack on at least 15 minutes. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off all new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The Mets' losing ways continued on Tuesday. They fell 5-3 to the Twins, making it 12 in a row that they've now lost. They at least got some good news that Juan Soto is going to return later on this afternoon. He's back in the lineup for the Mets, but 12 in a row with a payroll as high as the Mets have. You got so many players that you're paying a substantial amount of money and they can't win. I don't know how Steve Cohen does it.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Michigan, Mississippi, New Jersey, New York, Nevada, Ontario, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or West Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 3 here tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 7.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang! Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
102 miles ago, the oil light came on. 100 miles ago, you noticed. Now, it's time to head to Take 5. this oil change, fall in love with your car all over again. In just 10 minutes, your dream technician will check your tire pressure, top off fluids, change your oil, and verify with Carfax exactly what your car really needs, all while keeping you in the driver's seat. Take 5, the stay in your car 10-minute oil change. Find your nearest shop at take5.com.
When you're craving scratch-made food, 29-degree draft beer, and the best seat in the house for every game, there's only one place to go. Twin Peaks. From juicy burgers and smoked in-house wings to ice-cold brews, served by the friendliest team around. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs means you never miss a moment. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where the views are great and the food hits hard, and the beer is always colder than your ex's heart. Wow! Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 404-999-1299. That's 404-999-1299.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on Kroger brand 80% lean ground beef. 16-ounce packages are on sale for only $5.99 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
This is attorney John Foy. In Atlanta, all we do is win. I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's more than just sports talk. This is The Morning Shift.
I'm in. Me too.
The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, we are The Morning Shift. I am Allie Mack with Mike Johnson, Bo Morgan. Dylan is hanging out behind the glass, and ahead of the draft, Fernando Mendoza threw out the first pitch at the Marlins game last night, and I saw a lot of people calling it a wild pitch. To me, it just looked like how he throws a football, honestly.
I didn't have a problem with it.
Do you think, though, if it had been like a wild, crazy pitch or he spiked it, does that lower his draft stock?
It would definitely be replayed on the socials for years on end as he struggled in Las Vegas. Yes, because you know he's going through. There's certain places you go as a quarterback that are tough, and that's going to be one of them. And so yeah, you can just see that being replayed over and over and over again. If he had spiked it in the ground, I didn't think it was a bad throw. It was a little lollipop-ish, little like he was throwing darts.
Made it to the plate.
Yeah,
that's all that matters. I mean, the whole thing is don't throw it in the ground. I don't know. I think there's everybody. There's a lot of people. Like social media loves to find fault in someone. There's a lot of people with, avatars of other people that like to pick on those that do things well.
I just think if it was ahead of the draft and I'm projected to be the number one pick, maybe not do anything athletically publicly.
No, come on. He's from Miami. They invite him to a first pitch. We've talked about this before, but I've done it. Now, I saw a video of him warming up, so I didn't get to warm up before I did this, but it is it's stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did fine. I couldn't imagine picking on that throw. Of all the bad throws we've seen, first pitches, we've seen baseball players struggle with first pitches, throwing out the first pitch when they played the game. I thought it was fine. I mean, he tossed it up there, no big deal. Went and shook the hand, and then probably went home because that's probably what he did. He probably didn't. I imagine he didn't hang out and have beers. I mean, there's not a lot of people. I mean, he didn't go like the Clevelander out in the outfield or anything afterwards.
He definitely had to stay for a hot dog. I wonder if he eats it immediately when he buys his hot dog, or if he takes it to his seat and eats the hot dog there.
Well, something tells me he's in a suite, so his hot dog it's not very far. Yeah,
I don't know. Does he put his French fries and his cake on top of the hot dog? We'll figure that out.
I was literally about to ask the same thing.
I mean, I'm not going to have the conversation with you if you can't be honest about it with the cake. The cake thing just makes it so dishonest. It's silly.
Sprinkles Dippin' Dots on his hot dog.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Exactly. Makes it into one of those weird ones we talk about in March.
There are people that go to places like Steak and Shake and they get a burger, they get a combo, and instead of a Coke or whatever, they get an ice water and then a milkshake. And sometimes they want their milkshake first, and that's okay too. But they don't necessarily. I don't know a lot of people that drink their milkshake or pour it on top of their burger like you're suggesting. That's a little bit ridiculous.
So, Mike, you've never done have you dipped your Wendy's fries in the Frosty before?
Yeah. Look, let me be clear. I have lived almost my entire life by not mixing up foods. There are now foods I definitely will mix up, but I still reserve the right not to on most of them. I do the whole, if you like the KFC bowl kind of thing, when I get the corn mashed potatoes, we're rocking with that.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Surprised.
With the chicken nuggets in there?
I'm just surprised you can mix your whiskey with Coke. I figured you maybe your Sprite, maybe you should just drink one bottle and then drink the other, and then that way
with my vodka, yeah,
maybe that way you make sure you separate it.
I
did see Mike with a transfusion the other day at the golf course, by the way.
Dang.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. It's a good golf course drink. According to you, though, I'm mixing my Jack Daniels with my Tito's. You know what I mean? We're on the same line.
That's not the same.
For me, it is.
Your analogies are very bad.
Mike, I'm on your side, but you make it very difficult to agree with you.
I'm just telling you, that's what it's like for me. That's what it's like for me. With a lot of the foods, mixing them and jumping around the plate is like having a transfusion and a White Russian and a cranberry vodka and a beer, and then going around in a circle and drinking them. That's exactly what it feels like at times.
All right. Well, the draft is getting started tomorrow, and Ian Cunningham, he's been pretty adamant about wanting more picks since the Falcons have just 5. So Josh Kendall of The Athletic put together another mock draft where the Falcons traded away all 5 of Atlanta's original picks in deals to get back 8 picks. And we will have Josh Kendall on at 8:40 today to break it all down. And we're going to go through these things, but I'm going to give you a convoluted warning because there was a lot to make these trades happen. There's a lot that goes into getting these 8 picks. So for round 2, Josh has Atlanta trading pick 48 and 215 to the Chiefs for a number 52 and 109. Then traded 52 to the Texans for pick number 59 and 106, which leads us to Arizona's cornerback Traden Stukes.
You're right. It's convoluted to get there. And I don't know how you guys felt when you're kind of breaking down the article and going from top to bottom, but I'm like, boy, there's no way you could do this, in my opinion, without the help of software.
Yes.
I'm looking at, and there was a video put out by, I think it was one of the Chargers social medias yesterday, and it was it was in the war room, and it was going through every scenario that happens inside of the war room, like when you're on the clock and people are calling, and or they have a computer program where you can input trade data, and as soon as one team calls, it'll pop, you can say, all right, they're calling, and it'll give you all the trade scenarios that work for you and that team, which I thought was crazy. And we've talked about Ian Cunningham's use of software up in Chicago with that regime up there. So, yeah, a lot of moving parts, and I don't think this is something you can do without a computer. You're not writing all this down and trying to, do all this crazy stuff. It was interesting to kind of look at.
Well, looking at it, it just made me feel like I need one of those conspiracy theorist maps, like with all the pins and string going back and forth.
And straight pins.
If somehow this trade does happen and they land on Trayden Stukes, how do you feel about a cornerback?
I'm confused by this pick because he, for 3 years, he's a 6-year player. For one, 3 of those years he played because he had the COVID year. 3 of those years he played outside, and then the last 3 he played in a nickel position. They had a stupid nickname for it at Arizona, but he played nickel. And you kind of have I know that Bowman is a guy that basically is coming off an Achilles, but you're going to go draft with your first pick of this draft a guy that is really better suited to play nickel when you just drafted a nickel. He can play a little bit of safety as well. I don't think he really did a lot of it, but he can kind of play in a single high look. He's essentially AJ Terrell's size. So he's all intent and purposes, I like him. I'm just not sure about the pick for this team or this roster. I don't understand it unless you've got plans that you want to move him to maybe a safety position and cross-train behind Jesse Bates, depending on what he is. But I don't really see moving him back outside. He's better suited in that nickel position.
I agree with you on that. I do think that if you read some of the stuff that Dane Brugler is saying, he is 6'1" and running a 4.33. So I think with that kind of athleticism, you can eventually kind of cross-train and move outside and do some of the the things necessary to play out there. And I think that also the fact that he is comfortable at nickel does give you a little bit, like Josh pointed out, of security when it comes to Billy Bowman and the injury or whatever you're going to do with Sidney Brown or whatever else comes up, Clark Phillips in that situation. But there's some value to be had by, if you're trading back, finding guys that can cross-train that have high upside. And when I look at 6'1" with a 4.33, that's pretty high upside.
That's
so
great.
I'd be fine with it.
But don't I need a guy that's really good if he was a 4th round pick.
Okay.
But I feel like for that spot in the 2nd round, I know that you did all the willing and dealing, but I feel like they need a guy that can come in and kind of be an instant starter or at least solid contributor, not a guy that I'm moving around and can, you need to replace D. Alford. There's no doubt about that because D can kind of do it all. But are you doing that with your 2nd round pick? Because that's where the question comes for me.
I think that you'd like to, and I think that you'll probably attempt to. But this goes back to one of the conversations, Allie, that we had yesterday of I'm not so sure that they're worried about filling holes this year. I'm really not. Like I know that's a conversation we'll have, and we've talked about defensive tackle and how they need this guy and how they need that guy. I just don't think they're that concerned over filling this year's hole, and I think that they're going to look, if they have to, at developmental players when you start to get to 50 and on back.
Is that going to be absolutely clear for you after this weekend? Whether it's this year or next year?
I don't think so. I think we'll get a mixed bag. I think we'll get a little bit of development, and I think we'll get a little bit of, I feel really good about that guy right now. We're going to try to put our Falcons glasses on and look at it as Falcons fans and say, love what this guy can do for us this year. But I don't think the clarity will come this weekend. I think that clarity will start to come in September.
I mean, it could. Yeah, I tend to kind of believe what Mike's saying, but it could if you draft a bunch of projects and you're not worried about this year. And I love like for the record, I love Stukes. I don't have anything wrong. I just don't know if I do all that moving to move back that many spots, and then I go ahead and take a guy that really you don't know where I'm going to put him. Now he could be used everywhere. It could be the ultimate D. Alford for the next 3 or 4 years, but I would like a solid contributor, knowing it's a solid contributor right there.
When we have barely scratched the surface of Josh Kendall's mock draft here, so we're going to get back into this at 7 o'clock. But we finally got to hear from Mike Vrabel, spoke for the first time since those photos that don't look so great came out. We'll let you hear that next. Plus, we've got a Dylan with it.
I am usually dealing with, or Dylan would in this case, a scenario that I'm trying to work through. This morning, I am dealing with emotions, multiple emotions, and I'll tell you what those emotions are and explain while I'm dealing with them on the other side. On the morning shift on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and
the Odyssey app.
Prayers up, my friend. Prayers up.
Game traffic powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Construction finally picked up northbound 285 at Cascade Road. Still seeing some delays there. It's still quite heavy. Also had a problem for those traveling Covington Highway over 285. Injury wreck there. 2 to 3 vehicles involved. And we did have some activity northbound 7585 University Avenue. Whatever was there, that's gone, but slightly slow. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by A1 Garage Door.
I started my first business at 12, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and that made me work harder. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Randy McMichael. And if you're hurt in a car, trucking, or motorcycle wreck, what you do next matters. Call Sweet James Accident Attorneys at 800-9-million. The firm that cares, the firm that wins. Pay nothing until they win. 800-900-0000 and sweetjames.com.
Hello, Atlanta. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account and participate in financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
$8,000 off the MSRP on select 2026 Ford Bronco Outer Banks. It's just one of the deals this month at Akins Ford in Winder. Hi, this is Brad Akins, and now through April 30th, take up to $8,000 off the MSRP on select 2026 Ford Bronco Outer Banks. We have over 20 of these Ford Bronco Outer Banks to choose from here at Akins Ford in Winder. So come get $8,000 off the MSRP on your new 2026 Ford Bronco from America's #1 retail volume Ford dealer, Akins Ford in Winder, just 25 minutes west of Athens and on Highway 29. Stock number 47689, MSRP $58,940, sale price $50,940. Discount includes $1,000 dealer assistance with approved financing through Ford Credit and another $1,000 trade assist with your 2010 or newer trade. Discount does not include $799 doc fee and $84 electronic filing fee. Dealer retains factory rebates plus government fees. See dealer for details. Claim based off Ford's 2025 sales report. Visit us today at AkinsFord.com. Akins, we're closer, bigger, and have better deals on Ford Broncos than you think.
The playoffs. We built this for us. We worked hard for us. We never focused on them because we only focused on the ATL. This is Atlanta.
The three-point shot is back.
This is the playoffs.
Stop and pop. Bang! He hits it at the buzzer.
Round 1, Hawks versus Knicks. Go to hawks.com/tickets.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Cloudy skies and 58 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Mornings on the Game means more of the morning shift.
Nice.
The morning shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Erie McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Good morning. We are the Morning Shift on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I am Allie Mack with Mike Johnson, Bo Morgan. Dylan is hanging out behind the glass. We are going to get into Mike Vrabel's presser from yesterday, but first, got to get you ready for the World Cup as it comes to Atlanta this summer. Here is Jason Longshore with our World Cup Team of the Day.
It's time for the Team of the Day on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26.
Cabo Verde head to World Cup 2026 as one of the great debut stories in this year's tournament. The Blue Sharks qualified for their first ever World Cup by beating Eswatini 3-0 and finishing top of their group ahead of Cameroon. A perfect home record proved decisive in that run. Dylan Livramento and Willie Semedo were major parts of that breakthrough, while veteran defender Stolpira helped anchor the group. The draw gave Cabo Verde no favors, with Spain, Uruguay, and Saudi Arabia in Group H. Now comes the real test for the Blue Sharks. Can they turn history, belief, and organization into points on the biggest stage?
That was the Team of the Day.
Brought to you by Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Thanks to Jason Longshore for that. And each Wednesday night, you can join Damian Day Lewis for Prep Sports Nation. That's a comprehensive look at the teams and athletes making news in high school sports across the state. It's brought to you by Ingles. Low prices, love the savings. So it was a week ago today, guys, that we were covering Diana Rossini stepping away from The Athletic after photos leaked of her and Mike Vrabel. She maintains innocence, but decided the noise got too loud and decided to walk away. Now, yesterday, Mike Vrabel broke his silence on the matter. He talked about having to have some difficult conversations.
You know, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. You know, we believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. Those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and to ourselves. I care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them.
I'm perplexed as how you can have positive, productive conversations. I guess the two things can be true, but also difficult at the same time.
Oh, I think most difficult conversations are productive. I would make that argument.
They should be
having
done
the
right.
Difficult, constructive, as long as it's constructive, is a good thing.
In order for that to happen, though, I think both parties have to be willing to listen and be asked and ask questions, right?
Yeah, well, and bring out their feelings to the forefront.
Yeah.
Make sure that they put it kind of all on the table, how they're feeling in that moment. And I'm assuming that he did that. I'm assuming the players or whoever else inside the front office, inside the team did that. And it's none of my business, but I would hope that his family did as well. Whatever conversation that had to come from that. But it's not a situation you ever want to find yourself in. Let me just put it that way.
I think Allie brings up a really, really good point. In our society these days, it does feel like those difficult and productive conversations don't happen because people retreat. And we've been conditioned that we can retreat into a corner and say, nope, don't like it, not going to listen to it. Social media has helped with that. And because social media creates an echo chamber, right? Where I'm right, you're wrong, and that's that. And so it is in true teams. A real team, especially a team that just went to the Super Bowl, they've had to have productive conversations that were difficult ones at the same time in order to get to a place like the Super Bowl. Like, you don't get to the Super Bowl without having a room full of people that are able to do both of those things. Now, this one's a lot different because it's all about personal, and it's one that you'd kind of like to think that you wouldn't have, but you do have to have when you're the leader of a team like that.
Can I just throw out there, though, would you be having difficult conversations if everything was innocent?
No.
I think there are.
No.
No,
I mean,
no. To answer your question, no.
Yeah.
You wouldn't. Now, I think there are levels to the lack of innocence, right? I think there are understandably levels. There's situations at home that we don't know about. We don't know all the stuff that's kind of involved. But yes, absolutely, you're spot on. You're not having difficult conversations if it's all innocent, and if you're just throwing your hands up, going, "Dude, I wasn't doing anything."
Well,
that's not a difficult conversation at all.
Yeah, that's totally wrong.
Right.
There are people that can manipulate situations like that. Like, see, guys, I did nothing wrong, but the media wanted to make something bad out of this, and they made this something bad, and now this is where I'll get to. You have to be careful what situations you put them in, and when you do things, even if it's innocent, and so he could absolutely have manipulated it and turned it into, I'm coaching you guys how to not let the media do to you what they did to me. You could absolutely do that. Now, that's really a crap way of doing it, and it will always come back to bite you eventually, because we've seen that. It's too open of a world these days when you do something that in the public.
Yeah. No, I think you're spot on. I think, honestly, and Allie, we've had this conversation on the show, whether or not, there's been all this conversation of whether or not he's treated differently than she is, and how each of them should be treated, and how it should be approached, and if it's moral and if it's ethical. I'll say this, and I don't bring that up to have that conversation, but to have this one. If he had not just gone to the Super Bowl, and you're coaching at one of these places that has more of a revolving door head coach, this is probably a different conversation around him. Oh, of course, our head coach, he's not even worried about OTAs or whatever. He's off just gallivanting and doing all this stuff, coaches meetings, and not even worried about focus on his team. And of course he is. Of course we're back in the news. You're on a team that just won the Super Bowl, and you're a widely regarded, very, very good head coach, and you also have very good standing amongst your players as being a player's coach. It's a whole different conversation.
Well, and I brought up the fact a few minutes ago that Diana Rossini, she made her statement a week ago. Mike Vrabel's been pretty quiet about this. Obviously, it's a big week, so he did talk about how he didn't want to be a distraction.
Never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. Care deeply about this football team and excited to coach them.
Do you think this was his decision to come forward and talk about this, or do you think up top was like, squash it?
I don't think it I don't think it was even a question either way. I think that he was the kind of guy that was going to step in front of it, and I think the organization understood that.
You think he decided, like, I need to go do this? Then why a week ago was Diana making her statement and he's doing?
That's not his problem.
Well,
I'm sorry, but that's not.
He was not. Hold on. He was not made available last week when they talked about the draft, and then all of a sudden, they send an email Monday at 4:30 in the afternoon that says 2 players will be available to talk after they do some OTA type stuff, and then he's thrown out there for a side session where they say we don't want cameras. And we don't want, and it ended up being them, but they tried to play it as a side session, and they some of the media kind of snuck some of these questions in. Vrabel's absolutely tried to skirt around this situation. There is no doubt about that. But the thing about it for me is he has done nothing ethically wrong in this situation, where I do believe Diana Rossini broke a code of ethics of journalists. She is a voter on the AP Awards where she has control over who she votes. If you have relationships like it is seeming that she does with Mike Vrabel, then that is an ethics thing where she could absolutely cost people money, cost people their jobs the way she covers it. There's a whole thing. I'm not saying he is without wrongdoing, because morally he's corrupt if this isn't an affair and what he's doing to his wife and kids, right? But the ethics part of it is like nothing he did really makes me think he's doing his job in a way that is blinded by the fact that he's maybe having an extramarital affair with a reporter. But it is different when you're a reporter and maybe have an extramarital affair with someone you cover, because now the coverage you throw out there could be very much biased.
I just think that, and the reason I said what she's doing has nothing to do with him, both of them have to make right in that moment with their family first and foremost. And if he thought that needed to be on the table first for the first week or whatever, and have those conversations with his wife and keep her out of the news, then I think that's on him, that's on her, that can be dealt with accordingly if that's the way he decided he wanted to go.
You don't
100%.
think that conversation was had that day?
Oh, I'm positive.
Like, there's a conversation that day.
I think that my wife would very much be like, hey, I don't want you to step in front of a freaking camera tomorrow. How about that? Let's not do that. You've been in front of enough cameras. Why don't you step back for a few days?
Let's figure it out.
Yeah, let's figure it out.
Sometimes when life gives you lemons, you gotta make lemonade.
Buckle up, Buttercup. It's time for Dylan With It on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A lot of times, I come on here and I tell you about a scenario that I'm dealing with, or tell you about something that some other people or person may be dealing with. I am dealing with emotions today. I'm dealing with excitement. I am dealing with just impatience. I am dealing with a various amount of emotions because yesterday we found out the release date of Drake's new album, Iceman.
Here we go.
That's right, Drake. So I sent you guys a bunch of texts in the group chat so you could see kind of what I'm talking about here.
All right.
So Drake, 9 months ago, started the rollout for his new album, Iceman. It started with him doing live streams where he would just be doing a bunch of different random things, things that were random in the moment but are now starting to make sense. So when he would do these live streams, he would either travel different places, do different things, but usually at the end or at some point in the live stream, he would tease a new song or put out a new song, and then later he would debut the song on the live stream and then later put it out. So he did that about 3 times over the course of 9 months, along with other things. Well, now he's really ramped up the rollout. And so what he did late last week, early this week, he put a bunch of ice blocks in a spot in Toronto, and he opened it up to the public, let everybody know where the ice blocks and sculpture thing was at, and he let everybody know the release date of the album was somewhere inside of the ice blocks. Well, this sent people in a frenzy. I sent you all where people were starting campfires on top of it. I didn't send you this one, but there was literally somebody out there with taking a flamethrower to the ice sculpture. People with a pickaxe. So People are going crazy over trying to get the release date out of this ice block sculpture. Well, a streamer by the name of Kishka found the release date inside of the ice blocks sculpture. When he found it, not only did he find the release date, but he got invited to Drake's mansion called the Embassy to stream at Drake's mansion. And so he, on stream at Drake's mansion, showed off when the release date was, and it showed it was May 15th. Also showed a couple of, really just one of the features. Sexy Red is going to be on the album. That was in this little booklet that had the release date. And not only that, Drake out the window, because he didn't let him in his house, but he was outside the mansion, the streamer. But Drake outside the window gave him a nice wave. But not only that, he gave the streamer Kishka $50,000 just for finding the booklet. And again, he went on stream and helped promote the release date and all that stuff. But now, this ice block sculpture that is still fairly much intact, it has now been reblocked off by the police. And now rumors are swirling that even more stuff and rollout for the album is coming. But the biggest news is that we got the release date for Iceman. So I'm excited, but I also cannot wait for now May 15th to get the new Drake album, man.
Happy for you,
I'm
man.
feeling good, but also anxious and impatient this morning.
Which works harder, artist PR teams or mock draft software?
AI, I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean,
happy for you, though,
the
man.
meetings that had to go into this. Like, we're going to have a sculpture, and there's hidden messages, and then a stream.
I hope he's got insurance for those guys climbing on top of those ice sculptures.
That was at your own risk. That's just random people doing that.
That's crazy, man.
It is what it is. But yes, I mean, and look, just last thing, this has been one of the most creative album rollouts, not only for Drake, but I just feel like for any artist in general. Because, I mean, who else? What other artist has done all of these different things for an album rollout? Nobody. And that's why he's the GOAT.
Taylor Swift?
What is she? Taylor Swift ain't got no ice block sculptures out
there.
there.
Doors across the globe. Dude.
Oh, yeah, she did.
You can thank Taylor for all of this.
You're right. I forgot about the doors.
Shenanigans. All right. This hour has been brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Countdown is on for the draft. Running out of time for our best guesses on this. So we've got one more mock draft to pull a few names from next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Wednesday morning at the Steakhouse, we're still basking in the huge win for the Hawks in New York, getting ready for Game 3 coming up. But even more exciting, Brian Snicker co-hosting the Steakhouse with Steak and Sandra. Don't miss Snit, Wednesday morning, 9 to 11 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Starting to ease up right now. Westbound I-20 out of Conyers, right there at Highway 138. There's an accident blocking that left lane. 5-7 minute delay. It's not a huge backup. Also a crash on Covington Highway right over 285. Northbound 7585 north of 166 Langford Parkway. Problem that was in the right lane, that's gone, but still kind of mixing in with rush hour delays. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by the Georgia Lottery.
Want mega money? Play Mega Millions. Imagine all the exciting things you could do. Drawings are every Tuesday and Friday. Stop by your nearby store or download the Georgia Lottery mobile app. Do it today as you start imagining all the Mega Millions fun things you could do.
Some boots clock out after one shift, while others are getting ready for the shift after the shift. From work days to weekends, Academy Sports and Outdoors has boots, shirts, and pants from brands like Arid, Carhartt, Wolverine, Cat, Justin, Skechers, and Levi's at undefeatable prices every day. And if you happen to find a lower price at a competitor, we'll beat it by 5%. So get the kind of gear that doesn't mind a little overtime at Academy. Fun can't lose.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026.
Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent. A devastating truck wreck got you tied up to a hospital bed? Watch out. The insurance company will come at you like vultures, pretending your claim is worth diddly squat. Don't listen to them. Don't sign anything. Learn more at callken.com. I maximize your settlement at every turn. No delays, no excuses, no problem. One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go!
Call Ken.com. I don't let insurance vultures keep your money. Shoo! Shoo!
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports station.
Don't touch that dial.
This is The Morning Shift.
All of them are really, really hot. Nice.
The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Here's a look at the top stories at 7 o'clock.
On the morning shift with Allie, Mike, and Bo on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour is brought to you by Zero Res. Book an appointment today with Zero Res, Atlanta's best carpet cleaning service. Hawks play the Knicks at home in Game 3 tomorrow night. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 92.9 The Game with tip at 7. Braves lost last night to the Nationals 11-4, so that win streak did stop at 6, but they get another shot at the Nationals tonight. It's 6:45. Martin Perez is set to pitch. And we got to get back to Josh Kendall's mock draft. Josh included a bunch of trades into this mock, into how Ian Cunningham could be trading back, making all the trades to get us at least 8 picks. So we covered Trayden Stukes earlier. He would be the second-round pick at 52. In round 3, and there is a lot that goes into this. I am following the maze.
I'm laughing because I'm like, man, this is not easy to follow.
It is not easy to follow. My eyes are going crossed on this. So keep up with me. If I get something wrong, correct me. He's got the Falcons trading pick number 79 and 231 to the Chiefs for number 84 and a 4th-round pick in 2027, which gives us Brennan Thompson, wide receiver at Mississippi State.
Yeah, he's a quick little guy. He's not very big. He's honest guy, he's like my size. I mean, he's 5'9", 165. So he can win against press coverage with his quickness off the line. He can track a deep ball. The guy, he's not a bad player. Problem is he hasn't stayed healthy over a ton. He has had an issue with drops, and you're not getting much in the blocking game. But he is a deep ball threat. You could use him to create some plays with some jet sweeps and some screens and stuff. So you could use him in a few different ways, but he's just not the biggest guy.
No, he's not. And I'll just speak broadly because I agree with everything Bo's kind of talking about, but I'll speak on this a little, with a wider net here. The 4.26 40, I'm hoping that's at least in their line of thinking, right? This conversation around raising the ceiling or raising the floor and trading back and trading up and doing all kinds of stuff. I at least hope that somebody with the speed, and we've talked till we're blue in the face about the Zachariah Branches and how I want all the yak yards. A 4.26 40 and the 550-plus yard plays he had in college last year, I mean, that's speaking my language. I don't know that he's the guy. He's a little bit too slight for me, like Bo was talking about. 164 is just – 164, I think, as a wide receiver is almost like talking about arm length for an edge rusher. It almost like, the whole conversation about where's Ruben Bain going to get drafted and is he dropping out of the top, 20 or whatever it may be. It's because of arm length and also because the off-the-field storyline kind of stuff. This, to me, when you talk about a guy that small, that's almost disqualifying. It's tough. But I do love the speed. I love the explosiveness, and I love the line of thinking of getting a player at that spot that can do some of those things.
Bruce Feldman is a guy that I kind of respect as a writer. Covers college football for a very long time. Wrote a lot of books on college football, and he has a list he puts out every year called it's his freak athlete of college football. This guy's on it. There's no doubt. I don't want to mince words. He is a freak athlete. He's a phenomenal athlete. He's small. He's not. He's gonna be a guy that you probably can't really have in on a lot of any wide zone blocking plays where you need a wide receiver to do anything because he's not going to do much. But he can absolutely play. Do you want him coming across the middle though and getting lit up? I don't care if the league's changed or not. It ain't changed that much. So that is why you bring up his size, but he could absolutely be a guy that you come in. I don't mind him in the 4th or 5th round kind of thing. I really don't, because I think he could be really explosive and you could mix him. That's why the next pick I know you're going to get to, I like this pick better because of that pick.
Well, yeah, the next guy's a little bit bigger. In round 4, pick number 106, and this would have come from the Texans with a trade package in the 2nd round. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee, 6'4", 198.
Yeah, I'm all on board with this. I talked about Brazzell last week when we were covering some of the wide receivers and some of the depth at that position. I think the ball skills are good. I think he's just fluid. He looks really fluid. And we touched on a couple of different wide receivers last week that it's like running upright or look a little bit different. And I just think that he looked very, very fluid in the way he's able to attack the football. I like the playmaking ability.
Yeah, he is. He's funny you said fluid. I wrote down tall and smooth in his routes.
Yeah.
His intermediate stuff is not the best, but he absolutely ate Georgia alive in the first half of that game in Knoxville last year. Some of those were contested catches and jump balls. Being 6'4", 200 pounds and running well like he does, he ran a 4.37. That is, I mean, that's like watching a horse at the Derby. They're big, smooth, and fast, and that's kind of where he would fall in line. I actually really like him, and I think that I'm a bigger fan of Jeremy Bernard because I think Jeremy Bernard can run the entire route tree more than this guy. However, you do have a couple of guys that fit that already, that are under 2-year deals. I think Olamide Zaccheaus can run the whole route tree. Drake London can obviously run the whole route tree. And Dotson even can. But this guy just gives you size and speed that you just don't have right now on this roster.
So technically that would be the 4th round, right? Was it the 3rd and 4th round you were okay with a wide receiver, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is exactly what we talked about. I just feel like once you start getting outside of the realm of guys, and it's probably, honestly a reason I had a bigger trouble with Brennan Thompson. If you start getting outside the realm of guys that have the number 1, number 2 capability, then I'd be interested to see if we would go for that. Because I like I said, project players, yes. 2027 in mind, sure. But it just seemed like last year we had a lot of guys that could have fit 3 through 10 on the wide receiver roster, and none of that ever came to fruition. And so swing for the fences. And this, honestly, the conversation between Jeremy Bernard, who he just brought up, and Chris Brazzell for me goes back to the conversation we had last week. You're raising the floor probably with Jeremy Bernard. He's going to be very smooth. He's going to do a lot of good things. But I think you're raising the ceiling with a Brazzell when he can run in the 4.3s and runs, 0.2 faster than Jeremy Bernard does. I think there's a lot of upside there.
Well, Josh has the Falcons picking again in the 4th round at number 125, and this comes from trading pick number 122 and then a 2027 7th round pick to the Patriots for 125 and 171. You got all this, right? Because there's going to be a test later.
Dude, I hope you've got it written down for me. I hope you do.
So this guy, much bigger, 6'4", 313 pounds. It's Chris McClellan, defensive tackle out of Missouri.
Yeah, he's bigger than that. I don't know. I mean, he's 6'4". He's lit. You read what he's listed at.
Yeah.
On film, he looked a hell of a lot bigger than 315 pounds. He looked at least 320, and he does a really good job of moving the pocket. I went back and watched a good bit on him, and I really enjoyed watching him play because he's a lot quicker than you would think he is for that size. He does a good job. He's got, get this, he's got 34-inch arms and 11-inch hands. Yeah. This is a man. I mean, this dude is a big boy. I'm gonna tell you what. But he does get a little high in his not the bad way, but bad way on the field, not the bad way off the field. But he he plays a little too tall, and he doesn't move great laterally. But I just thought though he did a good job of continuing to chase down plays. He's quicker vertically than laterally. And it's kind of, is that the same thing? That's the right way to say it. He can get upfield quicker than he can get left to right.
It's vertically.
Vertically.
I was going to let him live.
Hey, words are hard sometimes, man.
No, man. I was doing my best to hold it. But I think, and I was going to ask you, so he was at Florida for his younger years. Do you remember why he didn't make much of an impact at Florida? Developmental or what?
I mean, yeah, because they've been trashed for years and they've been undercoached. I mean, what was the kid, Prince Yamani Milalin or whatever the hell his name is? he left Florida, and he wasn't overly productive at Florida. And he went to Ole Miss for 1 year, has a great year, and now he's playing for Carolina.
Gotcha.
So there's been a lot of guys that I like. Chris McClellan, though, I really like him a lot. I know that Ian Cunningham said that, and it's being kind of used a little bit of a talking point incorrectly. He said this isn't a deep draft for the defensive tackles. He didn't say it wasn't good. He didn't say that they're about a few guys that are good. He just said it wasn't as deep as we've seen in the past.
Well, we can ask Josh Kendall more about this masterpiece at 8:40 because halftime is coming up next. Here's just one of the questions that Mike and Bo are going to have to debate. Which would you rather have tomorrow? Falcons straight up into the first round or Hawks win Game 3? You can only have one. It's next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Starting to ease up right now. Westbound I-20 out of Conyers, right there at Highway 138. There's an accident blocking that left lane. 5-7 minute delay. It's not a huge backup. Also a crash on Covington Highway right over 285. Northbound 7585 north of 166 Langford Parkway. Problem that was in the right lane, that's gone, but still kind of mixing in with rush hour delays. I'm Lori Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
24 hours ago, it felt really good to be a Boston Celtics fan. 24 hours later, not so much. 111-97 blowout loss in Boston for the C's despite 36 from Jaylen Brown. And it was DJ Edgecombe for the 76ers who torched the floor with 30. The rookie was red hot. I'm Drake Toll.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their time.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Tonight, Atlanta United hosts New England Revolution.
Game time 7:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Hey, it's Andy Bunker. From piggy banks to allowances to their first paycheck. Wherever your child is in their savings journey, Delta Community Credit Union wants to help. For a limited time, when you open a new savings account with your kids and teens 19 and under, Delta Community will match those savings up to $100. That's real money going straight towards your child's future. It's the Youth Savings Match, available now through April 30th for kids and teens. Learn more at deltacommunitycu.com. Minimum balance of $5 required. Current annual percentage yield is 0.25% and subject to change. Fees may reduce earnings.
Tired of pests inside and outside your home? Peachtree Pest Control has you covered. With 50 years of trusted experience and next-day service, our local team creates a personalized solution built around your home and your needs. From ants, roaches, and spiders to rodents and even those backyard mosquitoes, we handle it all. Bundle pest and mosquito services to save more while keeping your entire property protected. One call, one company. Total peace of of mind. Visit PeachtreePestControl.com to schedule your service today. That's Peachtree Pest Control, protecting what matters most.
Getting ready to sell your house? Clean roofs, bright siding, and spotless driveways can make a massive first impression. Mention Sandra Golden when you book and save $70 at WiseGuysProWash.com. Calls the Wise Guys, WiseGuysProWash.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Step into Twin Peaks and you're in the lodge. Warm wood, roaring TVs, and the kind of energy your living room wishes it had. Wings, burgers, and ice-cold 29-degree beer. And a whole vibe that keeps you planted till the final buzzer. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
This is attorney John Foy. In Atlanta, all we do is win.
Sierra has all the best active and outdoor brands you need. From athletic stuff, like a full court pickup game, swish, to athlete-ish stuff, like a half-mile stroll. Get those steps in. And for morning hikes up the mountain trail, good pace. To nighttime ghost stories from the camping chair. What a twist. Head to Sierra or Sierra.com for the brands you want at the prices that let you do it all. From athletic to athlete-ish, Sierra's got it.
Now open in Dawsonville and opening soon in Buford.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
Good morning. Yeah! Back to more of The Morning Shift. The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The halftime show.
It's halftime on The Morning Shift, brought to you by Buffalo's Cafe.
Come wing it family style at one of Buffalo's Cafe's 13 Atlanta locations.
Here's Allie, Mike, and Bo.
Yes, it is halftime. Quick reset for the second half of the show. Today is Which One Wednesday, but quick reminder that round 1 of the NFL Draft is tomorrow. We'll be covering all the excitement pick by pick at Twin Peaks in Kennesaw. Wes Durham, Dave Archer, and Mike Conti will be broadcasting live starting at 8 p.m. on News and Talk 1380 WAOK and continuing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game after the Hawks game. Come on out and join us at Twin Peaks in Kennesaw. It's tomorrow night with Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, Which One Wednesday? Very simple here. I ask you which one, you decide which one.
I love this segment.
Everybody ready?
Let's roll.
Bo, you good?
Oh, yeah, I'm great. Let's go.
All right, which fast food item would you draft number 1 overall, and why is everyone else wrong?
Baconator.
Why is everybody else wrong?
because it's in the name. It's a burger with bacon. It's probably the best bacon burger in fast food.
Yeah,
that's why. And bacon's like one of probably the 3 best foods there is out there. I mean, it's bacon. There's nothing you can't. Even with Mike's just ridiculously, just awful argument about ice cream and food, you can put bacon on ice cream. It's still good. Bacon is like a superfood. You can put it on anything. It makes anything better. You can eat it with anything.
Yeah.
It's like
There are bacon donuts.
there's like peanut butter is that way too. Peanut butter is very much like that. Peanut butter is a superfood. So is bacon.
I had to break it to my son the other day that we're carnivores. He was heartbroken.
What do you mean?
He's like, I want to get rid of all the carnivores in the world. And he was like, they're just eating other animals. And I was like, buddy, we're carnivores. And he was like, we are? And I was like, yeah, that bacon you had? I was like, that's a pig. And he was, just silence for like 5 minutes. I know you've got thoughts. It's okay.
I mean, he can come over and hang out with me for a minute. I'll teach him some ways.
I was about to say, this is Ridge's vegan arc right here.
This is
start of it.
He was devastated.
But you gotta understand. I think Ridge is viewing it through. He's a big dinosaur kid.
He is, yeah.
So he's viewing it through the dinosaur world.
Yep.
And
very true.
Yeah, we have to eventually watch videos or see pictures of the dinosaurs actually biting each other, and that's been a tough thing. Anyways, the answer is double meat, double cheese Whataburger, the number 2 combo up at Whataburger, and or double quarter pounder with cheese from McDonald's, and they're both delicious and perfectly proportioned.
So nobody's taking McDonald's fries.
No,
I would.
nope, I'm good.
Well,
on that.
I like
Because
McDonald's.
they are goated.
McDonald's fries are up there. They're absolutely phenomenal, but I mean, we're carnivores.
We're carnivores.
That's right.
Omnivores is
That's right.
technically what you are, but it's fine.
Touche.
No, because I could just eat a bacon burger
Your doctor would love a word with you.
with no bread. I don't even need the cheese. Just give me the bacon and the burger.
Which would you rather have tomorrow? Falcons trade up into the first round or Hawks win game 3? You can only have one.
Hawks win game 3 because I do not want the Falcons trading up because they're going to have to give up draft picks to do that. They're not giving up. You're not getting into the first round with any player on this team that's not Bijan Robinson, and I don't want you trading Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, I think there's very little risk to them doing that. I do think that there's an argument to be had, just to throw this out there for the other direction. Do you think there's an argument to be had to where just because they lose game 3 doesn't mean they're going to lose the series? You know what I mean? Like, can I get the first rounder and then they lose game 3 and they actually win the series? Mm-hmm. But no, I'm with you. The cost to move into the first round, way too much, way too mighty. I don't think that there's I don't think we have that on the docket right now if you're up in Flower Branch.
Which would you take? A guaranteed 5 yards every play or one random 80-yard touchdown per game?
A guaranteed 5 yards every play because you wouldn't stop me and I would win the game and I would control the clock. And so, I mean, I don't need the one play. I want I want that 5 yards every time. That's consistency. You can completely control the football game if you gain 5 yards every single play.
Had you said a guaranteed 3 yards on every play, I might have had more of a conversation here. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the 5 yards is the way. It would be extremely boring to watch. Extremely boring to watch, but I'm on board.
I would catch the football on the kickoff and run to the 3 yard line. I would say the 5 yard line, and then I would run. I would just do 5 plays, and I would literally use the entire play clock to snap the football.
Why wouldn't you run all the way to the 1?
No, I'm saying I would take the football. I would catch the football in the end zone and run it out to like the 5.
Yeah, why?
I want a little breathing room.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because I don't know why the breathing room. You know you're going to get 5 yards on the first play.
I don't know. It just
makes you feel better.
Because I think through my head, well, what if something happens on the snap?
Exactly.
Because that's how I'm conditioned to think about breathing room. But yeah, you just get the ball at the 5 yard line, and you would just dominate someone.
Which Brave finishes the season with more strikeouts, Chris Sale or Spencer Strider? You should know. Strider had 8 strikeouts last night in Gwinnett.
Dude.
Chris Sale.
Yeah.
He stays healthy.
Were you telling me?
Look at that.
Really?
You. You can't do that.
I'm throwing in variables.
I'm always supposed to be the doubter.
I'm
You
throwing
can't
in
throw out injury stuff.
Dylan's knocking
So-
us.
You're not allowed to do
So
that.
hold on a second.
We all have roles
So
here.
you're going to play the injury game with Chris Sell when he's the guy that, other than the broken rib, has stayed healthy in his 2 seasons here.
I was simply throwing out another
And
variable.
Spencer Strider hasn't been healthy since Chris Sell's been here.
Allie Mack, please take it back. Don't speak that into
I was
existence.
throwing out a variable.
Don't manifest that.
Because I had thrown out the little factoid about Strider, just throwing out a what-if scenario.
We don't
So
want
glad
those
you
what-if
did that.
scenarios.
Yes.
I actually take offense that
Yes.
you threw that out at Chris Sell like that. I really
You are
do.
now the Braves hater.
I'm not allowed
You
to go
want
home
them
now.
to fall. You want them to fall.
You don't need that bad juju.
I hope Grant heard that.
Yeah, same.
I'm telling you, locks are changed before I get home today.
Love it.
Which will be more valuable in 20 years, Beanie Babies or WrestleMania branded bones?
I can't have this conversation for another day. The wrestle. I mean, like,
We're not talking about collecting them. We're talking about value now.
WrestleMania branded bones. It's definitely not. Well, in either one of them, honestly, Beanie Babies. That's cool. Like that was something that somebody lied to you about.
They did.
Somebody lied to you about
Hi.
that 35 years ago and told you they'd be worth something one day. They're not. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely not the bone.
I mean, the value is in what someone's willing to pay for it, and there's probably a lot less WrestleMania bones considering how some people were just letting others just randomly take them. But I would probably go Beanie Babies. It's common sense tells me it's gonna be worth more. I mean, I imagine it's probably not hard to make a fake of a ribeye bone. You can just stamp something on. So.
Which would you hate more? People spreading multiple terrible lies about you or having people spread a terrible but true tale about you?
Dang, that's a hard question.
Probably true because, at least you know, like, there's nothing more frustrating when somebody lies about you. Like, that's really frustrating. I mean, if you actually did it, you did it, so you might as well come to grips with it. If people are going to know, they're going to know. But when people lie about you, because it's really hard to convince people that a lie is a lie. A lot of times, you have to have real proof. At least with the thing that you did, you could just lie about and then, just say no, it didn't happen, and people can argue, be like, nope, never happened, and even though you knew it did, and then to convince yourself that you didn't do it. I mean, we've seen people like that in history do that. OJ,
am I allowed to be? Am I allowed to lie in response to these? Can I be like, nah, that's a lie? Either way.
I mean, I guess you could.
Yeah. No, I don't. I think I'd rather somebody lie about me. This is simply a question of: would you rather somebody tell a bad lie about you or somebody tell your deepest, darkest secret?
I feel like it would turn into my daily entertainment. Like, what'd you say now?
Yeah.
What'd you say now? That's wildly untrue.
It's like, bro, this guy also said this and also said this. You know what I mean?
No
He's
way.
full of it.
It would be my favorite
it's a tough
gossip sesh every day. Like, what'd they say about me now?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Which would be worse? Stuck wearing the same socks for a month or the same underwear for a week?
I couldn't wear it, dude. I couldn't wear the same socks for a month.
Oh, I couldn't
No
wear the
way.
same underwear for more than a day, so I'm going with the underwear. I could wear the same socks for more than a day.
Oh my gosh!
I mean,
imagine. Oh, that would be. I would do the
Same
underwear.
socks for a month. That's a
Bro,
long
a
time,
month
though.
is
You work in the same
the
studios
amount I
as me.
sweat down
Dude.
into my socks.
Yeah,
oh,
but I mean, I get the underwear is not ideal, but a week and a month are two very different things.
Bro,
I feel like you sit in front of a fan with that underwear on.
Bro,
you know
let
what
me
I
tell
mean?
you
Just
something.
get things aired out.
Let me tell you something. My feet don't smell that bad, but I mean, they something. I mean, you go play golf all day, and then you come home and you wear that underwear to bed or whatever, and then you come back and you put it back on. I mean, you disgusting. You disgusting if you even question this.
No, dude, a month.
I mean,
in socks is
I mean,
a month though, bro. A month,
dude. You know that. You know this. Nah, man.
First of all, if I got to do it for a week, I'm not golfing. I'm just throwing that out
Well,
there. Like,
I'm gonna
we're
tell
just
you,
sitting
I
that one
don't.
out.
I'm just gonna say this, and hopefully, this doesn't. I don't trust the hygiene of a lot of people. All right, I just don't, and that's why I don't want anybody wearing the same underwear for a week. I'm just saying.
Let's
That's
go out.
some nasty stuff, man.
Let's go out on a positive note. Which Hawk is more likely to hit a game winner this series, Nikhil Alexander-Walker or C.J. McCollum?
Oh, C.J. McCollum. Well, I don't know, because I think he's kind of already did it, really. I think he didn't necessarily hit the game winner, but
he hit the free throws either.
He took that game. No, he just took the game
Hawks
over.
hater.
It's all right. You're right. He just took the game over and dropped 32. But you're right. He didn't do it. I don't know. Nall's been pretty clutch.
All I said was he didn't hit the free throws.
I heard what you said.
He himself doubled over and held his stomach after the end of
Did
that
they
game
win the
because
game?
he was so
Did they win the
disgusted
game?
with himself.
Not to mention there was an illegal screen that they came out in the 2-minute report that should have nullified that last shot by Bridges anyways that didn't go.
It can change on any possession.
Thank you.
I would be willing to guess that Mike Vrabel lost some sleep night before last knowing he was going to address the scandal for the first time yesterday. We're going to play that audio for you next when we go in the huddle with the morning shift on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Still several accidents northbound I-75 Highway 19 Terrell Boulevard. Injury wreck there in the right lane. 5-minute delay. It's not a huge backup, just a little bit of slowing there. Also an accident on the east side Covington Highway at 285. That intersection is closed off. Northbound 285 at La Vista Road. Injury wreck. That's in the left lane. And the newest problem, westbound I-20 at Salem Road. At least one lane blocked. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Cosm, opening in Atlanta this summer.
Cosm is coming to Atlanta, redefining what's possible with the world's greatest fan experience. All the biggest moments in sports, all the biggest immersive entertainment. When you can't be there, be at Cosm. Tickets on sale now.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Shiver me timbers! The Buccaneers could add another multi-purpose weapon. Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq is a load. At 6'3", 240 pounds, he's equipped with 4.39 40-yard wheels, a wide route tree, and plus run-blocking skills. In a Zach Robinson offense that's heavy on 12 personnel, Sadiq is a system fit. At plus 500 to land with Tampa, make some bucks. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, it's Mike, and thank goodness it's that time of year again. The basketball playoffs are here, and Buffalo's Cafe is your home for game day. Catch every play with slam dunk specials like the crispy chicken pub melt, or go bold with the Bavarian Smokehouse sandwich. Loaded, saucy, and made for long watches and loud cheers. Pair it up with a Tito's handmade vodka strawberry lemonade or an ice cold Coors Light draft. Come wing it family style for the games at one of Buffalo's Cafe's 12 Atlanta locations. Find yours at buffalo's.com.
Getting ready to sell your house? Clean roofs, bright siding, and spotless driveways can make a massive first impression. Mention me, mention Sandra Golden when you book and save $70 at wiseguysprowash.com. Call the Wise Guys, wiseguysprowash.com.
Our culture loves to see people get what they deserve. But while taking revenge might feel good in the moment, it only creates more pain in the long run. That's why the Bible says, do not repay anyone evil for evil. Do not take revenge, but leave room for God's justice. Not getting even isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. Think about Jesus, unjustly crucified. If anyone had a right to take revenge, it was Jesus. Instead, he said, Father, forgive them. Responding like Jesus isn't natural, it's supernatural. It doesn't mean we pretend the wrong didn't happen. It means we trust God to handle it in His timing, not ours. So if you've been hurt in the past, don't let revenge have the final word. Let the grace of Jesus step in and help you love and even forgive your enemy. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
Sign up for daily encouragement at rightfromtheheart.org.
Oh, hey, Smiley. That's Smiley. Always nice when he comes by. Who wouldn't want to see a smile? Hey, you're in a hurry. What's up? Oh, yeah, time for a Smiley Spring Mega Tune-Up from R.S. Andrews. The tiniest thing you can do for the biggest result. Is that right? 89% of all air conditioner breakdowns could have been prevented with an R.S. Andrews Mega Tune-Up? So it's probably smart to get that done before it really gets a workout. Hey, that's a solid point too. When your AC is healthy as a racehorse, you're sure to save money on utility bills. Dirty ACs work harder, and that's the last thing you need right now. Keeping anything clean and running smooth means it'll for sure last longer. All upside, no downside. Super easy, super quick, and super smiley. Get on the schedule now and get ready for cool, fresh air from your friends and Smiley at R.S. Andrews. rsandrews.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mack, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ARROW to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ARROW to 215215. That's ARROW to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's Deck Days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Get your day started. Go ahead with the morning shift.
Time for the show.
The morning shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are the morning shift. I am Allie with Mike and Bo. Dylan's hanging out behind the glass, and this segment is presented by John Foy and Associates. Experienced personal injury attorneys, get the strong arm. We are going to give away more tickets to Usher, or Usher Raymond, if you want to be formal about it, and Chris Brown next hour when they come to Mercedes-Benz. That will happen at 8:20 today. But hey, the Braves win streak did come to an end last night. They lost to the Nationals 11-4. It was just a terrible first inning. Reynaldo Lopez didn't have his normal stuff. Got taken out after one inning, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. That was the longest first inning I've seen in a minute.
Yeah, it was frustrating to say the least. And for the most part, I mean, there was a couple pieces of good contact in there, but for the most part, it felt like, walk, hit off the end of the bat, broken bat single, those kind of things. And then all of a sudden it just got upside down. I think the overall takeaway for me coming off that first inning was whether or not I should have any lingering concerns about Reynaldo Lopez. And the answer for me is no, because of those things I just talked about. The velocity was good. Location just a little bit out of sorts. And I don't know if there's a mechanical issue. Remember, wasn't he the one we talked about back in spring training that had the dip in velocity? And they were like, it was just a tweak to the mechanics. And he was able to kind of open his hips again and get through there and have the velocity jump back up to 93. So the velocity was fine. I wonder if there's another tweak to the mechanics as far as location goes, but you kind of not knew it was coming. But we asked this question like 2 weeks ago. It was like eventually one of the question marks we had will have a bump in the road, and he just happened to be number one. But I have no concerns as far as his outlook goes.
Yeah, don't look now, but Jose Suarez has given up 4 earned runs in his last 10 and so innings. So I don't know what he's found, but he might have found something, maybe a little something that he can hang his hat on. Look, I'm not saying he was unscathed, but he was earned run wise, but he he did walk 4 guys last night, so he's not like he didn't put himself in some awkward situations and kind of run his pitch count up. But he's kind of quietly and he turning into a guy that you can throw out there with a big lead and he won't, scare you. Or you can bring him in a game where, there you go, you didn't do much, and your starting pitcher is abysmal, and you throw him out there and he can keep the game close, because that's exactly what it did. At one point, this game was like 4-3, and then you kind of got into the part where guys started really just let it go wide open. So it's just interesting how that is, because you go look at it, and Hamilton and Pyops are the guys that really let this game just get out of hand. But so I wonder if Suarez is going to be a guy that solidified a bullpen spot, because he can also pitch every 3 days like that. And it's not because he pitched just Friday night like that.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised with him last night, because having to warm up in the first inning has to be a little bit jarring. It's like, I don't know. I don't know.
I was just about to start my nap.
Right.
I was just about to start my nap.
I did not know how it was going to go. But like Bo mentioned, he did pitch 3 innings, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. So he did hold it down for a moment until, yes, it just got away from everyone. But to me, it's like a toddler when they fall. Like they fell, all right, walk it off, get back up. We're fine.
Right.
They're going to play again tonight. We're going to be fine.
I'm with you. And look, there's been so much good grace kind of built up with the way they've looked over the last couple series. And I think it'll be interesting to see the way the rest of this series does play out, because you do have, Sale going on Thursday. That's a big series against the Phillies coming up this weekend. You're due a roster move. I wonder if there's not a roster move coming where maybe Sale does slide back to a Friday. But wins are wins in the month of April, and so you're going to get all of them that you can, and hopefully you can go out and at least get another series split, and maybe even go further than that.
You need an outing tonight, like from Perez, like he gave you in Philly. I don't care if he grinds it out. Just go through and give me at least 5 innings of 2 runs or less, and I think we win the game. I do. This is the way I feel about this team right now offensively. They scored runs last night, and you just couldn't. You just got to a point where you couldn't do enough offensively because you were just so bad from a pitching standpoint last night. The move thing is interesting because I did see Fuentes' name mentioned multiple times, so he might be on his way. I don't think that they'll move Sale, though. I think Sale will pitch as he's scheduled on getaway day, 1 o'clock, I think, on Thursday, something like that, 1:15.
Well, and Raisel Iglesias was placed on the 15-day IL with right shoulder inflammation. I'm wondering if that is still lingering from the sore neck he had the other day. Like he slept on his shoulder wrong.
Or maybe it wasn't that he slept on the shoulder wrong the whole time. Maybe he was like, I think I slept on it wrong. And then it turned out to be something. I don't know. That's crazy. I'd be interested to know that.
And, of course, we are eagerly awaiting Spencer Strider's return. He had a great night in Gwinnett with Sean Murphy catching. His velocity averaged 96 miles per hour, topped at 98, and went for 65 pitches. So he could be ready for 80 pitches next time.
I hope so. And I know Grant was tweeting it out, talking about it, the ramp up from 80 pitches to 90 pitches, and then, where you're at after that and what you kind of want to do. Both spoke on it earlier. It's you want to be very comfortable with where he's at, but you also need him badly. I guess not badly. That's a little bit over. That's a little bit hyperbole. You don't need him badly, but you'd like to see him back in a Braves rotation sooner rather than later.
No, I think it's a little bit opposite. I know you kind of misspoke, and that's not really how you feel. But you've given yourself enough leeway to make sure he is 100% ready to go. He's healthy. There's no rush because you're 16-8, 5 games up over second place, which is the Nats are tied with the Marlins for that. The Phillies and you kind of expect the Nats and the Marlins to slowly fade, but the Phillies and the Mets were supposed to be contenders. They're supposed to be guys that you would finish maybe behind both of them, and they are not close. The Mets lost their 12th straight game. I think the Phillies lost yesterday, so you've given yourself a little bit of space, and hopefully Hurston Waldrop, who I know is throwing again, can slowly work back. Maybe you get Strider back by mid-May, maybe Waldrop back by mid-June, maybe July, and then what you want to, maybe what you need to do, or what you're desperate, what you're maybe possibly a desperate need is not necessarily a need anymore. I don't know. Hopefully, you'd love that to happen, and then you can figure out what to do at the trade deadline, where you can make this team better. Because right now they look pretty good in a few spots.
Well, and the Braves will get another shot at the Nationals tonight at 6:45. Martin Perez is set to pitch. Tomorrow, the Hawks face the Knicks in Game 3 of their first-round playoff series. Remember, the only place to get the game for free with local announcers is Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. There is no local television, and video of the game is only available through streaming, so be sure to join us for all the action starting at 6:30 this Thursday with the voice of the Hawks, Steve Holman, and stay with us after the game for live post-game coverage with your calls. That's Game 3 between the Hawks and Knicks tomorrow at 6:30, free and local on 92.9 The Game.
Let's go! Now, the morning shift goes in the huddle. A look at the latest football news.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Here's Allie, Mike, and Bo.
So Mike Vrabel did address the scandal yesterday, those photos that didn't look so good with he and Diana Rossini for the first time yesterday. Let's hear some of what he had to say.
You know, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. You know, we believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. Those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and to ourselves. Care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them.
I'd be curious to know what that, because I've been in some interesting meetings with coaches, obviously, and had conversations that were probably difficult on both ends. And I'm just curious what that conversation was like with Mike Vrabel and said team, you know, stepping in front of them. Because how deep do you really go into it? You know what I mean? Like, you don't go all the way into it. You just say, basically, I've done some things I'm not proud of.
Is that did he basically just say to the team what he just said there? I've had difficult conversations with my family. We're going to move forward, and then not really dive into anything? Because if you give any information, there's a chance it gets around.
I'm trying to think if and when that could come around to bite him by not completely getting all his cards on the table. But
what more is going to get around? I mean,
the details of it, like how.
They took a trip together a year ago.
How long?
I don't know.
Has this been going on? Have there been other times?
Look, it's not like the rumors haven't been out there, because they have. And I don't talk about rumors like that because there are a lot of times rumors, but there have been rumors, and that's all I'll say. Because I'm not trying to do anything bad to anybody. I just know that there have been rumors, and so now there's pictures, and it looks pretty much what it is. I think he probably did keep it though vague because he doesn't have to answer to his players necessarily. What's he got to answer to? I know he's a leader, but what is he? You know, he's not going to sit there and get in a back and forth with them. He's just going to tell them make better decisions. I've clearly made some bad ones. Learn from my mistake. I hope that's what he said. I hope he didn't turn this into, hey, guys, be smarter of who you even see outside of here, because they'll twist it and turn it into something that's not.
But, Mike, you've been in locker rooms. If a coach comes in, there are photos like that out there, and gives you a nothing burger, we're moving forward.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to rack my brain for, like, how that could come back to bite him.
We've had bosses, haven't we, that have done that to us, where they have a bad moment, maybe at work, in a meeting, maybe outside of it, and then they come in and basically like, oh, you know what, my bad, but it wasn't really my fault.
What does it do to morale?
Well, it's frustrating, but, you know, I think in the NFL, and you tell me, you probably better answer this, but I've always felt like, yeah, you need to respect the guy leading you, and if you're a scream in your face type of head coach, then you probably need to respect that a little bit. But I mean, you know, there have been NFL coaches that have had issues with pain pills and stuff, you know, and it's been known, and guys have been able to get through it. So it's not other players have had. I mean, Brett Favre had the issue. He was a leader on the Packers, and he had the stuff with the pain pills, and he didn't go out. I don't know if he did an accountability tour, and they still went and played with him.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think he's in a position of leadership. I don't know. I don't have the right answer. I wish I did. I'm trying to rack my brain for what I would want him to say in that moment. And I think it's good enough as long as he's getting the family situation sorted out. That's at the forefront. And I think that's probably at the forefront of his players' minds as well, because it's not like they don't see his family. You know what I mean?
Real quick, I know it might have went under the radar, but Diana Rossini did do a really, really good deed on, I think, Friday, where there was a vehicle overturned in a Jeep, and her and another gentleman helped rescue an elderly person. I think it was an elderly person and a dog from a flipped over Jeep. So, all the bad press for her is really went to the top, and she did. Yeah, they're helping save lives.
I hate that it's 2026, and the first thing I thought of when I saw that was his AI. I hate it.
I
hate it.
Staged,
stunt. Like,
I hate it.
I saw it on TMZ, so I know it's true.
There you go.
All right, this hour has been brought to you by Zerorez. Book an appointment today with Zerorez, Atlanta's best carpet cleaning service. Hawks, I don't know if you guys heard, they kind of have a big game tomorrow night. Chicken fried ribs included. We're going to preview it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Versamas Turtle. Coming up the rest of this week, I got you covered on our late night draft post-game show. That's right, it's me and you on the phones, 404-726-0929, talking all things Falcons and NFL draft. Right here, 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Starting to see a few more trouble spots. We've got a crash in Conyers, westbound I-20 Salem Road. A couple of the right lanes are blocked off, so that is starting to back up very rapidly. On the east side, northbound 285 at I-20, wrecked there in the left lane. Also on northbound 285 La Vista Road, that one's off to the shoulder. Injury wreck remains on Covington Highway at 285 and northbound I-75 Highway 19 right there at Terra Boulevard. Injury wreck, that's in the right lane. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
At long last, all the greatest hits together on one compact disc with timeless classics like
The Lottery Just Paid. I finally got it made.
And who can forget the mega hit Big Money?
Big money, ain't it funny? The cash is raining down.
The greatest hits for you to hear over and over again.
I hit the jackpot and I got rich. Just yesterday.
Minutes of pure listening pleasure.
Don't get your hits like this. Get a nice hit of cash instead with the new hit family of scratchers from the Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly. Always check and sign your ticket.
With the new Millionaire for Life game, you can win $1 million every year for the rest of your life. That's right, the rest of your life. Sounds like a good payment plan to me. Play the Millionaire for Life game from the Georgia Lottery.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at galottery.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Getting ready to sell your house? Clean roofs, bright siding, and spotless driveways can make a massive first impression. Mention Sandra Golden when you book and save $70 at wiseguysprowash.com. Calls the Wise Guys, wiseguysprowash.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score! WCGC Atlanta, the WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Yes, it is a lovely morning, isn't it?
Now, more of The Morning Shift. The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Erie McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Here's a look at the top stories at 8 o'clock on The Morning Shift with Allie, Mike, and Bo.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com and get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. Braves closer Raisel Iglesias has been placed on the 15-day IL for right shoulder inflammation. Dylan Dodd has been recalled. And Braves did lose to the Nationals last night, 11-4. Reynaldo Lopez had a rough first inning. They couldn't quite come back from that, but they get another shot tonight. 6:45, Martin Perez is set to pitch. Now, Hawks play the Knicks at home in Game 3 tomorrow night. Now, Monday night, yes, we won Game 2, and it was awesome. Came back in the fourth quarter to make it 107-106. Like I said yesterday, though, it was not comfortable. We did not see that comeback until the fourth quarter. What's your gut on tomorrow? What needs to be the strategy going into tomorrow's game?
Well, they're never comfortable because they're, that's why it's playoff basketball, and I think we've seen it so far in some of these series that it's just different. I feel, and I don't know how other people, but I feel like they've allowed a little bit more physicality in the playoffs as an entirety. That's kind of always been part of it, but it feels like this year the players have been allowed to be a little bit more physical than in past. Maybe it's just that I haven't paid attention enough to these early series because the Hawks haven't been in them. So, but it feels like the physicality's up. They just got to match physicality early, and don't let the inside presence of that the Knicks do have in Towns and guys like Robinson and such kind of really dictate it. Josh Hart started game 2 with a ton of physicality and energy, and really the energy that he brought on both sides of the floor, it faded now because it really is hard to sustain that for 35 minutes in an NBA game. That's a lot, but to me, they need to match that, and it needs to start with Jalen Johnson on the offensive side of the ball, being physical in the paint early in a game.
Yeah, I agree with the Jalen take. I think that, look, I might be wrong here, but I do have a small level of confidence. And maybe it's wishful thinking. It's got my Hawks glasses on, and that's fine. I'll ride with that because if you look at what we've seen the first couple of games, and I think the CJ McCollum story is awesome. I think that it's the villain thing is really cool. The villain arc, him making some nice plays, putting Jalen Brunson in a blender, all this other stuff that's been going along with that. I love it. I think it's well deserved, and he's a good player. But if you'd asked me going into this series, who the best 2 players on the Hawks were, I'm saying Jalen Johnson and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And yet, both of those guys have flopped in the first 2 games for different reasons. I think Jalen Johnson has not been locked in defensively early enough in the games and in the series. I think that he has lacked points in transition that really has kind of thrown off what his game actually is. I think Nickeil Alexander-Walker's had trouble finding space and getting off quality shots. And I think that if both those things come around at all, that we do fare a decent choice coming back home and being able to get a couple of the next few games. And I feel comfortable in saying that they can't continue to play at that level. They're both too good to continue at the route that they've been, or the clip they've been going out the first couple games.
I would tell you that the Nickeil Alexander-Walker finding trouble getting open shots and kind of getting space, that's probably the byproduct of not having a real true point guard for this team that can help create those opportunities for you. I think Jalen tries to take on too much at times to do that instead of being a little bit selfish with just taking the ball inside and creating, because he is a guy that, to me, that can create his own shot and doing that. But I want to touch real quick on the confidence. I know Dylan's got something really good to add on to this, but like the confidence thing, I always felt confident going into this series. I never thought the Knicks were head and shoulders above, better than you. And the reality is people got a little too down after that first game. The goal in New York in the first 2 games was always to just take one of those games and reset home field or home court advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And mission accomplished for sure. I want to talk about both something you touched on about not having a true point guard and that being a part of Nickeil Alexander-Walker's struggles, because I agree with you. And I think Dyson has the ability and has shown the ability in the past and throughout this season before we got into the postseason to be at least that facilitator where it's good enough to where he's getting guys open looks and being able to do that because they've had to respect his drive and him being able to get in the lane and get off those little floaters and push shots. But with him not being at all a threat offensively so far through these first 2 games, and hopefully that changes, I think they have been able again to, like you said, give a little bit more extra attention to Nickeil and Jalen and other guys on that team. So hopefully that turns around. And as far as what I want to see in Game 3 tomorrow, I want to see the Hawks get out to a fast start. We've seen in these first 2 games they've had to fight and claw their way back into it after the Knicks get off to a hot start. You're back at home. I'm going to start preaching a little bit like Bo was yesterday. You're back at home. We need this home crowd in State Farm Arena. Get your fill of chicken fried ribs and come ready to cheer loud and give this team a real home court advantage. I definitely think they will feed off of that. And you get off to a hot start and really give the fans something to cheer about, then get the Knicks feeling a little uncomfortable, I think that is something I really, really want to see tomorrow. And hopefully that gets guys like Dyson sparked up and maybe helps him find his way offensively. And hopefully you get a little bit more of a guy off the bench like a Gabe Vincent or maybe a Tony Bradley playing a little bit above themselves, not only defensively but offensively as well too. So hopefully we get a little bit of good home cooking, and that helps us.
What are the odds tomorrow afternoon we get a text from Dylan saying he needs to move the meeting because he has found a way into this game?
I hope.
Oh God, I hope that's true.
He low key gets into all the big games at the last minute.
He has someone that gets him in, and Simone has
I mean,
a way.
still.
No, that's not a knock.
No,
I'm not
Bo,
knocking. I'm not knocking Dylan.
He's
I'm saying
absolutely right,
it's
though.
like it's a cheat code he's got, and I appreciate it. Like that's not a knock on Dylan. That's actually smart. But I want Dylan to get in because I know that at least then there'll be a loud Hawks fan in there. Dylan will go to that game and cheer like there's a Drake ice sculpture in front of him, and I'm okay with that. Like, that's fine. Do your thing. I want people to go in. All I ask Dylan does is he takes a big sheet of aluminum foil, and he folds it up in his pocket, and he goes to the counter and buys some chicken fried ribs for me, and he puts them in there, and he brings them to because I still never got his mom's corn casserole or whatever it was. I never got his mom made it for us, and 3 weeks later, never got a bite of that.
Listen, that was not on Dylan. We all forgot.
And I forgot to, and I told y'all too early too, so I'll take a little bit of the blame of that. But
Dylan, you take no blame in this.
One day.
But look, Dylan, he's right on something. All we hear is Atlanta fans upset. They don't have playoff games, and they don't. Why aren't we this, or why do we get a bad rap, national media, that we're not good enough fans? And I'll tell you one thing. Now, I've been to some really, really good environments at State Farm Arena in the playoffs. I've gotten an opportunity to go to an Eastern Conference Finals games. I was at the 2008 Game 6 against the Celtics where they pushed to Game 7. Now, we got blown out in Game 7, and that team went on to win the finals. But that was one of the best playoff environments I have ever been in this city, in any stage, where it was NFL, whatever. It better not be a BS 60-40 split with Hawks-Knicks fans. It better be 90-10 at best for the Knicks, where they have 10%. Go buy those tickets up. They're reasonably priced. I saw them. Get there early. Get lubed up. I mean, I want you to be all ready to go. Throwing the drink. Let's go Hawks. The Hawks are gonna win. I don't care. Treat them like they treat us when we're on the road. To an extent. All right, no spitting on players and stuff like the Knicks fans do. Those loudmouth Knicks fans, as Steve Holman says, and go make it a hostile environment for them for once, for the other team. Let's have fun with this. We haven't gotten this in a few years.
I will say this: if there's any chance, I probably won't be the game tomorrow. But if I do go to a game, it'll be Saturday.
Yeah,
it'll be Saturday.
Well,
and if I'm in there on Saturday, you won't be able to tell me nothing.
Can I ask you one question? If you do go to the Hawks game tomorrow, do you think you'll stay in your seat for halftime?
Oh, absolutely.
You're going to stay for Soulja Boy?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be up there.
Checking.
I'll be cranking that.
Would you not, Mike?
I mean, I like Soulja Boy. I don't know that it's keeping me in my seat at halftime, but I like
staying
Soulja
in
Boy.
my seat.
What?
Yeah,
What are you going to go do that's better than seeing Soulja Boy?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, first of all, I'm gonna go get some chicken fried ribs that I've never had in my life, so I can get that off the old bucket list. But
he's gonna go get the chicken fried rib and then whatever his dessert of choice is, and gonna mix them together and eat them at the same time.
I guess I'm just a little bit like the Hawks. I think have spoiled us, and State Farm Arena has spoiled us over some of the things they've been able to do at halftime, pregame, all the others, all the above. So the TI thing from a month ago on Magic City night.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about for playoff basketball. You know what I mean? That feels a little Atlanta. So I'm just feeling a little bit type of way about that, but it's all good.
What do you mean?
Bro,
I don't know. Like, I would love it if T.I.
Soulja
was
Boy
in
is
there.
nostalgic. He's classic, man.
Yeah, I hear you. I just said I like Soulja Boy. I used to look the dances and everything.
Well, I mean,
it's all good.
You know how to crank that, Mike?
How many concerts at a game in any way can T.I. do, though? I mean, I'm
not looking for T.I. Just T.I. level.
I also don't need a rap concert or a rock concert or a country music concert to pop out at halftime to be excited about going to a freaking playoff game.
You want Outkast.
And I know, look, it's not just like I saw this. I
didn't say I needed the concert to be excited.
Oh, I did. I saw it all over.
I just asked him if he was going to say seated.
I saw on social media where people complaining that it was just Soulja Boy, and they're like, why don't we have this? And it's like, you have a playoff game in your city. Why do you need any concert at halftime? Halftime is the one moment where I don't need you to be in your seat. I need you to be in your seat at tip-off. Just like I need you to be in your seat at kickoff or first pitch. That's the problem in this city. Not the halftime concert, but people just showing up on time for big events and being loud for the four quarters.
I would be okay with just the lady in the unicycle who juggles
Red Panda?
Red Panda.
Red Panda, yeah. I'd be cool with
Red Panda, Baby Race, any of that, any of the above.
The Baby Race would be amazing.
Baby Race is goated.
No, I'm a Corgi fan person when they let those race.
Or the Wiener Dog races.
Yeah.
Those on, I think the Gwinnett Gladiators do it.
I saw one time they did a Power Wheels Grand Prix with a bunch of Tylers driving Power Wheels. It was so good.
Well, that would actually be awesome.
That was awesome.
I don't know. I did see people complaining that it was just Soulja Boy at halftime, and I'm like, why do you need a concert to go to a playoff game?
Bo, real quick, would you let Melrose do the Baby Race?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. She's got a weird crawl too, where I don't think I guess it's not as weird, but it's weird to me where she just will she'll just basically use arms and one leg just kind of like a pivot leg, and she can go fast, man.
I love it.
Well, Hawks fans, be on time. Get there tomorrow. If Spike Lee or Ben Stiller want your ticket, tell them no. We need Hawks fans in the house. Pre-game coverage to start at 6:30 right here on 92.9 The Game with Tip at 7. Draft coverage on this Odyssey sports station is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And hey, we've got your Usher and Chris Brown tickets coming up next. And Reynaldo Lopez had a little bit of a rough night, but help could be on the way soon. We'll cover it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Still seeing some pretty hefty delays. Westbound I-20 Salem Road, at least one right lane blocked. That whole area is backing up. Then a crash remains on westbound I-20 at Moreland Avenue, at least one lane taken away. Southbound I-75 at Cobb Parkway, whatever was there in that left lane, that's gone, but it's still pretty heavy there back onto 575. And northbound I-75 near Terrell Boulevard, that crash on the shoulder. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off all new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you'll find you get a Victor Wembanyama concussion in Game 2 that might cost the Spurs the series. 106-103, the final score between San Antonio and Portland. And after Wemby's face-first exit, the Spurs surrendered a double-digit lead, falling to the Blazers and evening the series at one apiece. I'm Drake Toll.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's almost here. The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Atlanta Falcons.
And we've got it all covered live.
Let's get it started.
Our round one coverage starts tomorrow, live on our YouTube channel with our team of Mike Conti, Wes Durham, and Dave Archer. Then Friday, we're live for rounds 2 and 3 with Andy Bucker and Joe Patrick. Saturday, it's rounds 4 through 7 with Grant McCulley, Mike Johnson, and Bo Morgan. We've got you covered every night with the Chris Thomas Late Night Wrap-Up Show.
It's draft day. Getting pumped for the draft.
We are your home for the NFL Draft in Atlanta. Our Falcons play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning. One heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
We are wrapping up Diamond Month here at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, and it has been one for the ages. Any natural diamonds purchased at D. Geller & Son always have 100% upgrade value. That's diamond studs, the center stone in your engagement ring. But this month only, we give 110% upgrade value on any D. Geller & Son natural diamonds. That's the full value of your diamond studs or center stone, plus 10% on us to upgrade to something more brilliant, bigger, a different shape, however you want to celebrate and upgrade. If you don't have a D. Geller & Son diamond, come see why we're Atlanta's best. The best value on the most brilliant hand-selected diamonds you'll see anywhere. And of course, no matter what happens in the world, you'll always get the full value of that diamond for life. Come celebrate Diamond Month at Atlanta's original diamond dealer, D. Geller & Son Jewelers, in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Affordable jewelry for everyone is at D. Geller & Son.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
The Pro Football Draft is this week, and you can trade on every draft pick. Will David Bailey and Arvil Reese be the number 2 pick? They are trading at 50-50, meaning you'll double your money if one of them wins. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the draft. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Step inside Twin Peaks and you're instantly in the lodge. Wormwood, Stone Accents, and a mountain retreat vibe that hits the second you walk in. Massive TVs line every wall, turning every seat into a front row view of the action. That I'm staying a while smell of wings and burgers fill the air. 29-degree draft beer chills in frosted mugs like it's straight from the summit. The bar stays live, the energy stays high, and the Twin Peaks girls keep the whole place feeling fun and welcoming. For the ultimate sports lodge experience, it's always Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
We're gonna get on down now. We're talking all things Atlanta sports and beyond. This is The Morning Shift. Make some noise! The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, good morning. It is Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are The Morning Shift. I am Allie with Mike and Bo. Dylan's hanging out behind the glass. And he's going to take your calls right now because before we talk Braves, I want to get you in to see Usher and Chris Brown. 404-726-0929. We're going to take the 9th caller on this. It's a chance to grab these tickets for the R&B Tour Sunday, November 8th at Mercedes-Benz, thanks to Live Nation. The pre-sale is happening on Thursday at noon. General sales starts Monday, April 27th at noon as well at Ticketmaster.com. But you could just go ahead, knock this out, get it off your to-do list when you call 404-726-0929. Want to remind you that pick-by-pick coverage of the NFL Draft starts tomorrow night at 8 and continues through Saturday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the 92.9 The Game YouTube channel. Coverage is presented by Twin Peaks, Eat, Drinks, and Scenic Views by Window Nation. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today, and by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. That's the NFL Draft tomorrow through Saturday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, we should probably mention that Brian Snitker's coming in today.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal that he's coming in the week that he's going to be inducted into the Braves Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I was just talking to Sandra about it out there in the bullpen. And, you know, we've talked often on here about how both Sandra and Steak do talk to text.
I heard the same thing.
Shout out to Sandra out there in the bullpen. I hope she can hear me talking right now because it's just awesome. You know, she's walking around talking to her phone and it's giving instructions to Snit on how to, you know, head up to the studio and get in the building and everything else that kind of comes along with that. So that's going to be really, really cool to see him in here with them chopping it up for a whole hour.
So he's going to be on at 10. But yeah, I heard the same thing. I heard her saying, "Good morning, Brian."
Then you're going to turn left. Go all the way down the hall. Can't miss it.
Very cool. He is being inducted in the Braves Hall of Fame on Saturday, so that's very exciting. Now, got to focus on last night as well. Braves did lose to the Nationals last night, 11-4. But hey, Drake Baldwin got his 6th home run. He is having himself a season.
Yeah, now he's just tied with Matt Olson now in home runs. He leads the team in RBIs though. He's got a few more than Matt Olson. Like he's so good. And it's really, you know, you do things let me rephrase that. Management, general managers, front office people, they do things and we sit here and question it. Marcell Ozuna signed for what in Pittsburgh? Like $2 million or some crap. It was like, I don't know how it felt really cheap. It was probably more than that. But it felt really cheap. And we're like, oh, we couldn't did that. Well, if you or Alex Anthopoulos like, well, no, why would I have a better option than Drake Baldwin?
Yeah.
I can just put Drake there. Oh, you want a day off, Sean? You need a day off? I'll flip-flop you guys. But then, you know, they're obviously coming back, and that knew it was planned, but you didn't expect Jurickson Profar to be injured. And the plan is Drake will catch until Sean's back, and Jurickson Profar can DH, and then we'll move. And then we'll play around with that a little bit, and Yastrzemski can do some of it. And we got this Dom Smith guy, and he maybe will make the roster, and if he does, he can fill in a little bit. And Profar throws it. You were supposed to be even deeper. Hassan Kim was supposed to be starting. I don't know. He slept funny on his wrist or something, and that's been an injury or fell or something. And so you actually built a really deep roster, and freak injuries, guys taking estrogen when to mask the fact that they were taking steroids, and it just like in an off season, like so you threw a monkey wrench in your plan. So the Drake Baldwin thing is that he's been so good. I'm surprised he's not been extended yet. Like one of these Alex Anthopoulos deals. Just shows you how deep this team really could have been if you didn't have some freak injuries and dum-dums involved.
Yeah, I think this was Lindsey Crosby who covers the Braves. I want to make sure I give credit to somebody else because I didn't come up with this myself. But the home run or the hit that Drake Baldwin had was the longest hit on a ball that was less than a foot off the ground in the StatCast era. Him being able to go down and hit that ball.
Okay.
Like it was a golf ball.
Yeah.
And I think it was 11 inches off the ground. Just insane. Insane. The longest hit of a baseball in the StatCast era that they've ever been able to track of a pitch that was under a foot off the ground. So it like I said yesterday, and we've talked about it numerous times, he looks like he's hitting a beach ball right now. And what's crazy about watching Drake Baldwin hit is it doesn't feel like he's just hot. His swing is so pure. He's so, his shoulders in, he's balanced. He's not getting out over his toes, or he's very rarely caught off balance with any of the pitches that the opposition is throwing. It's beautiful. It's the closest thing that I've seen from a left-hander in terms of a beautiful swing since Chipper Jones was switch hitting for the Braves. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Is it too soon to start the All-Star campaign for him yet?
No. Guy's rookie of the year.
Yeah, he should be.
They should have already had one out for him. And you look at everything, and I didn't plan on doing this right now, but I want to touch on it slightly. You look at Drake and how good he's been a natural hitter. I think he's just a natural hitter is what, when I hear Mike talk about what he's saying, I just take him as a natural hitter. Some guys are power hitters. Some guys are, they're more of an average hitter. But he's just a natural hitter. He just does it all. He's a 5-tool hitter, I guess you could say, right? A 5-tool player. But I've been thinking about it and looking at it. And you look at Matt Olson and what he's done, and if you go, and I'm going to go pull these numbers, but if you go pull the numbers, I know Ronald Acuna Jr. is the most talented player you have and considered the best player on the team when healthy. But if you go look at the numbers and everything he's done, Matt Olson has been your best overall player, your most consistent player since the day he stepped on the field, since the day you traded for him. You could say that was one of the best not trades, but take a guy and he leaves and you replace him with someone in the city, the history of the city. How often have you lost a Hall of Fame caliber player, or not even Hall caliber, a surefire Hall of Famer like Freddie Freeman at a position, and replaced him with a guy that on this trajectory will probably be a Hall of Famer himself?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, they just don't happen very often.
Yeah.
And it's really remarkable how good he's been, and it's not taking anyone to the Drake Baldwin conversation. I think it's a phenomenal conversation, but it's just crazy. And it hit me the other night when he hit that home run to tie it up in the game one. It was 2-0, and then he hits 2, and all of a sudden it's 2-2. And here comes Matt Olson, and Drake Baldwin and him have just been so good right there, stacked together in the lineup.
On the heels of us talking about Brian Snitker coming in here at 10 o'clock, because he is going to the Braves Hall of Fame this weekend, Saturday night. Would you say Matt Olson is the most likely on the roster right now to end up in the Braves Hall of Fame?
That's a good question.
The Braves Hall of Fame? I think Ozzie.
It's a really good question.
Ozzie and Austin Riley were both on a World Series team here, and they contributed in those playoff runs significantly. So, I think those guys have probably got a foot. I would put them above them.
Interesting.
But I'm not ruling out Matt.
I thought the conversation would have easily been the first. Ronald Acuna's name would have come up, but
I'm
MVP.
Yeah, he is, and I'm a huge Ronald Acuna Jr. fan. But he's also one knee surgery away from being Michael Penix. He probably will be. I just wonder. I wonder how he'll be viewed if he doesn't win another MVP, if he never win a World Series, and he leaves in free agency in 2 years.
Fair
to the
questions.
Dodgers
No, I agree.
or the Mets.
I agree.
Ronald and Matt would have to go in at the same time.
You're living in fairy tale land. There ain't no way that's happening.
They would have to. Well, they will play the Nationals again tonight at 6:45. I want to say congratulations to Eric from Atlanta. He picked up those Usher and Chris Brown tickets, but don't be jealous of Eric. We're going to have more tomorrow. We've been breaking down Josh Kendall's mock draft all morning long. Got to get him on to weigh in himself on it. He's going to do that next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app.
Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Heads up, the newest accident eastbound I-20 at Fulton Industrial Boulevard, at least one lane block, so it is backing up. Westbound I-20, Moreland Avenue, that's off to the shoulder. Still the one reported for those traveling along westbound 285 at 141 Peachtree, at least one lane taken away. Injury wreck on southbound Georgia 400, right there at the Glen Ridge connector. Seeing maybe 15-minute delay right now. And the northbound 285 at I-20, looks like that's still there in the left lane. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Getting ready to sell your house? Clean roofs, bright siding, and spotless driveways can make a massive first impression. Mention Sandra Golden when you book and save $70 at wiseguysprowash.com. Calls the Wise Guys, wiseguysprowash.com.
If you're hurt in a wreck, who can you really trust? It's Allie Mack here, and every lawyer says they fight hard, but they're not all the same. Check out my accident attorneys at Sweet James. Many of them used to defend insurance companies, but then saw how victims were treated and decided to switch sides. Now they fight for injured victims across Georgia and won over $2 billion for their clients. Call Sweet James 800-900-0000 and sweetjames.com.
Falcons fans, let's rise up in Madrid. Hey guys, it's Mike Johnson. Falcons Fan Travel is taking you to Spain for the ultimate fan experience. We got you covered. Flights, hotel in downtown Madrid, meet and greet with Falcons legends, a private tour of Madrid, an authentic flamenco show, a VIP tailgate, your ticket to the game, and plenty of time to explore the city. Secure your spot with a 100% refundable deposit at atlantafalcons.com/travel. That's atlantafalcons.com/travel.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then carefully pack your order in our refrigerated trucks. And our cool trucks keep your food fresh right to your door. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Delivery. Get free delivery during online deal days, plus $30 off your first online order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Before your road trip, ask yourself, what do I bring? With the Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Visit kia.com or your local Kia dealer today to keep the adventure going. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance KF. Subject to credit approval by KF to well-qualified buyers for purchase of a new 2026 Sportage. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. No down payment required. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 5/4/26. Limited inventory available. See Kia retailer for available stock. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class, according to Kia segmentation as of October 2025.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be.
Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mack, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ARROW to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ARROW to 215-215. That's ARROW to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What are the haps? Start the day the right way with The Morning Shift. The Morning Shift is brought to you by Greater Atlanta Area McDonald's. Download the app for great deals.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Welcome back in. It is The Morning Shift. Mike, Bo, Allie, Dylan hanging out with you. Obviously, we're very close to the first round of the draft, right? Which will happen tomorrow night. The Falcons do not have a pick, though, so we'll be on pins and needles throughout a lot of this process. And that is one of the reasons we're going to go out to the Sweet James Accident Attorneys Hotline. We're going to talk to Atlanta Falcons beat writer for The Athletic. He is our good buddy, Mr. Josh Kendall. And, Josh, I got a myriad of questions, but the first one I want to ask you is, what kind of software program were you using for the mock draft? We've talked a little bit about Ian Cunningham's software, and the Chargers have put out a video, but I'm looking at yours going, I don't think this is something that happened back when they had index cards, dude. You were trading all over the board. How long did you spend doing your mock draft?
Well, this is my dirty little secret. I do a bunch of them. I just fiddle around with it. And like the rest of the world, unfortunately, I just do what the computer tells me to do. I put in a thing, and the computer says, here's your trade offer. And I think that these simulators honestly have gotten better. I feel like when they started, you'd get wild trades. But they've gotten better, and I try to keep it in the realm of reality. I'm not going to accept anything that I don't feel like, you might possibly get in the real world.
Yeah. Josh, before we get to the draft stuff, I'm going to see if I can catch you off balance here. All right. One of the conversations we've had is obviously trading back, which you did in your mock draft numerous times, but, the option of trading up at any point kind of comes out there as well. And I think it's more about the players you have on your roster as opposed to the picks. And, Kyle Pitts' name has been out there about possible trade target and everything that comes along with him. So I'm going to take him out of this picture. And I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to give you the top 5, in my opinion, Atlanta Falcons right now. It's Chris Lindstrom, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, A.J. Terrell, Jesse Bates. Are all 5 of those guys going to be on this roster at the end of the 2026 season?
Yes, I think so. I think that Ian Cunningham, from everything that I've seen, everything that I've gathered, is going to be very conservative in year one. And this is not a team that I expect to trade up, and particularly in this draft. I think that the talent in this draft has a lot to do with that. But you still have to. The goal is still to build a winning football team. If not this year, then down the road. And I think those guys were instrumental in that. I think that in the case of Chris and Bates, they got some contract flexibility that you can extend those guys. I just don't think you let a Jesse Bates walk out the door. You certainly don't let Bijan, for a lot of reasons, walk out the door. Drake London. So I don't expect what I consider those foundational pieces to be moved. I didn't expect Caden Ellis to leave either. So I've been wrong before. Only a handful of times.
Hey, Josh, as we all know, we don't have a first-round pick. So what do you think the atmosphere will be like for Ian Cunningham and Matt Ryan and Kevin Stefanski Thursday night at Flowery Branch? A little bit more chill than normal?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, almost celebratory. Not exactly. But, Ian Cunningham, we have to remember, this is his dream job. We've all sort of had these jobs that we've gone after and you work toward. Well, he's got his. One of the 32 general manager spots. And it's almost like, Thursday night he gets to enjoy it a little more than he would if he was actually working. They can sit there. They can get a feel for the draft room. Matt Ryan, has been around football his whole life, but this is a new position for him. So he can kind of take it all in and figure it all out. It just gives them sort of a soft opening, maybe.
Josh, in your mock, you had Traden Stoops coming here, and after a trade or two or three, I don't know, you did so many trades, it's hard to keep up. But he's a guy that kind of he doesn't really have a true position in the secondary. He's played outside at the corner. He's played in the nickel. He can even do some single high stuff. But it feels like he kind of fills a need that they don't necessarily have if Billy Bowman's able to come back. Why did you go with him? I mean, I like the player. I'm just curious why you went with him at what was essentially, was it 59, I think?
50-something, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that this team did a pretty good job of free agency of filling the glaring holes well enough that they don't have to take any certain spot, any certain position with that first pick, which gives them some flexibility. So as I got to that pick, and one of the things you do when you trade down and you do all this wheeling and dealing is you kind of put yourself at the mercy of the market. Stoops was just the best player available. And I do think it's worth remembering. I was as big a Billy Bowman guy for those first 6 games as anybody last year. I really like him, the way he plays that position. But, if Kirk Cousins was slow to step by an Achilles tear, and I know we're talking different sorts of athletes and different decades of age groups, but it is asking a lot for Billy Bowman to step right back in 1 year off of an Achilles tear and be the same guy that he was in 2025. I mean, a quarter of a second of reaction time at that position can be big. So I think that there's a world where, Billy Bowman has to ease back into that nickel spot, and that if they had a guy who could step right into it, that would be a huge help.
We are joined by Josh Kendall, Falcons beat writer for The Athletic on the morning shift. Josh, I'm curious your feeling on if the Falcons do draft an edge. Does that speak at all to whether James Pierce will be coming back at some point, or is that foreshadowing a bit?
I think that it's a little foreshadowing. I think that the only responsible thing for Atlanta to do is to proceed with the idea that James Pierce is not going to be on the roster for 2026. The reason I say that is if you look at all of the evidence, the recent track record of this stuff in the league, regardless of how this thing plays out, I think he's looking at a minimum of a 6-game suspension from the league. I think it's more likely that it's 8 games. At that point, you've missed half a season. You're dropped back into the thing. You're not exactly in playing shape. I mean, even if Atlanta says, welcome back, and I'm not at all sure that Atlanta is going to do that, after the league handles its business, I don't think James Pierce Jr. is a contributor in 2026. I think that we saw Atlanta last year, and on a grander scale, Seattle last year show that, almost as many front seven, front five, however you want to classify those defensive line edge people, as many of those as you can have, the better. So I think that taking an edge is absolutely on the table, and I do think that if they take one high, especially, I will assume that they are in agreement with me on this subject.
Well, let's talk about that then. And they just made a move literally Friday about a front seven move they traded Rukarororo for Mason Smith. Why that trade? Why move on from Rook and bring in a player that probably at times has been less? I mean, he's probably had less pop in his 2 years than Rook has, believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean, Rook was an ascending player statistically, and it looked like Rook was rounding into exactly what they wanted him to be. But this staff, I say that understanding that the defensive staff is virtually the same, but the influence of Matt Ryan, of Kevin Stefanski, et cetera, they wanted to get bigger. And, I do genuinely think they think Rook is a good player. I think that they legitimately believe that this is a fair trade for both sides. They wanted somebody who could play nose tackle. They didn't think Rook could do it. I think the tape suggests that Rook was ill-suited as a nose tackle. He's, better as maybe a 5 and an occasional 3 where he can use those pass rushing skills. They'll get Mason Smith and stick him in the middle. They feel like that fits more what they need.
Josh, before we let you go, one of the topic of conversations, obviously, like we just talked about, trading up, trading back, adding picks if you can. But I want you to kind of compare and contrast the opportunity to add picks in this draft as opposed to Ian Cunningham possibly adding picks that will happen in 2027. You just brought up the depth of this draft, and I think when you add that to the fact that you signed, 14 one-year deals at this point, when you look at Juwan Taylor, you're going to have a ton of roster space next year. What are the odds that we could see him trading back but not adding picks, in terms of this draft, but more 2027?
I think that's absolutely in play because I do think I don't think that they're treating this as a year zero necessarily, but I do think that they, one benefit of being the new guy and coming in with these marching orders of, fix this stuff, clean this up, is you can play it slow and give yourself a little extra time. And if you're Ian Cunningham and you're Matt Ryan and even Kevin Stefanski, maybe to a lesser degree, you can say, okay, we need a year to sort of get things settled. And that doesn't, you can't really start our employment clock until year 2 because this is a year 1, a house cleaning year. So I think that Ian Cunningham very much wants more draft picks. And they don't necessarily have to come this year. If they came next year and what's expected to be at least a better draft at the top, I think you'd be fine with that.
Well, Josh, you got to take in a couple of receivers, and honestly, they're very similar, but also very different at the same time, and their physical stature. But some people have, also had Jeremy Bernard here, who is completely different than these two guys. What kind of receiver? What traits in a receiver do you feel like this regime's actually looking for come maybe Friday or Saturday?
I think what they would love is a legitimate, consistent deep threat. I don't know that player. I don't know that they'll have access to that player where they're picking, or at least access to that player that they feel good about. Chris Brazzell could be a dynamic deep threat in the NFL, but there are question marks. Some are, of his own doing. Some are just because he comes out of that Tennessee system. Brennan Thompson could, with that speed, could be a deep threat, but he weighs about 120 pounds. I mean, there are no perfect prospects at this part of the draft. If the Falcons are drafting, they stick at 48 and they only have 5 draft picks, I do think they need a wide receiver. Jeremy Bernard is my guy. He's a high floor. He may be a little bit lower ceiling, but he can come in and he can play. if you've got some more picks, if you wheel and deal a little bit, you've got some flexibility. Maybe you can project, roll the dice a little more on somebody who could give you something dynamic. I do think that this offense would benefit from somebody like Brennan Thompson or Zachariah Branch in that family. Jeremy Bernard's a little bit like this, but to a lesser degree. You know, you can just put your foot in the ground and throw a screen, and he can get yards after the catch. Just an easy dump off, something like that.
Josh Kendall, he writes about the Atlanta Falcons for The Athletic. You can find him on X at joshtheathletic.com. Buddy, we know it's going to be a busy few days. Look forward to hopefully catching up with you again soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks, bud.
Thanks so much to Josh for joining us. You know, he had Traden Stukes coming to Atlanta through all the wheeling and dealing of that mock draft.
Yeah.
You know, Traden might not be happy about that.
What's that?
He's projected to go at 57.
Oh.
Lifetime supply of ketchup.
Dude. Dude. I know we got to go. We got to talk about this. We got to talk about this tomorrow.
Go. This hour has been brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. That is going to do it for us. For Mike, Bo, Dylan, and myself, Allie Mack, thanks for being here today. The Steakhouse with co-host Brian Snitker is coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And don't forget to
do your final mock draft today.
Who's ready for some basketball? Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell. Dyson Daniels, the great Barrier Thief, stops by the show. Yes, we get ready for Game 3 at State Farm Arena. Also, Sharif Abdul-Rahim. He will stop by to talk about the NBA playoffs as well. And we'll talk to our man Brian Jones from CBS Sports about the upcoming draft. A big show with the big guys on the big station. Starting at 2, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Still seeing lots of congestion. Westbound 285 at 141. Had a problem there. It looks like at least one lane blocked. You've got extensive delays, king-size delays. That's heavy all the way back to I-20. Southbound I-75, South Marietta Parkway. That left lane was taken away. It looks like lanes are getting through, but still quite heavy. And we do have a problem on westbound I-20 at Boulevard. That's in the left lane. That's heavy back beyond Glenwood Avenue. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
The Home Depot and Behr have what you need when you need it, delivered straight to your job site at an everyday low price. Get free same-day or next-day delivery on quality Kills Primer and Behr Paint, the most trusted paint brand in America. Plus, pros earn discounts with Pro Extra Paint rewards. Contact a Behr rep to schedule your paint delivery today. The Home Depot, how pros get more done. Limitations may apply. Not available in all markets. See the store for details. Voted most trusted interior paint, exterior paint, and a tie, and exterior stain brand 2026 Brand Spark American Trust Study.
Hello, Atlanta. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account and participate in financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hello? The faucet in my house is dripping. Again. It's 3 in the morning. Who is this? It's your Saturday. I'm here to take it away. I brought a clogged toilet and a tenant who lost their keys.
Stop letting your properties own you. If you've got a couple or a few rentals, you aren't an investor. You're a 24/7 maintenance man. It's time to get your life back. At Renters Warehouse Atlanta, we've automated the entire property management experience. From our revamped powerhouse maintenance department to high-tech tenant placement, we handle the headaches while you collect the checks. One stop, everything automated. All for just $115 a month. That's a massive ROI on your sanity. Go to rwatlanta.com for a free rental price analysis or call 404-662-2322. Renters Warehouse Atlanta. We track everything, you do nothing.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Come out here and dominate these boys. This is our house. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCGC Atlanta, WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Hey Atlanta, welcome to the Steakhouse. Your table is ready. It's the Steakhouse with Steak Shabaro, Sandra Golden, Drew Butler, and Rusty Mansell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And welcome to a Wednesday. We love a good alliteration. We love an alliteration. So welcome to Wednesday. My name is Steak. That's Sandra Golden, number one radio station in town. Continues to rock and roll with 120,000 watts and an Odyssey app that you can listen anywhere, any town, any part of the globe. And then, of course, our YouTube channel where these beautiful cameras are staring at us. And We make cuts all day long of some of the brilliant things that come out of our mouths and turn that into social media of sorts. So there's all kinds of way to experience the sultry tones of Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. You were in town last night, Sandra. You look nice. By the way, Brian Snitker.
That's why I had to have my Sunday go to meeting clothes on. Brian Snitker will be live in studio from 10 to 11 as he is awaiting getting inducted to the Braves Hall of Fame on Saturday night as the official ceremony down at Truist.
Yeah, that didn't take long. They said it when he announced his retirement last year, the end of the season. And he is rightfully so getting his place after decades with this organization. One of the great guys. We've been very, very lucky in this town.
Yeah.
Because I've said this a few different times. Mark Richt was that guy. Brian Snitker is that guy. Alex Anthopoulos is open. What a great interview. He's a great guy. I'm trying to think of some of the folks that we have covered over the years that were just real. Dan Quinn was a wonderful,
Dan Quinn
super
is
nice
as good
man.
as it gets. Yep.
Yeah, he was just a great dude. A lot of these guys, we haven't had a lot of Bill Belichick's in the building over the years. Bobby Cox, I know you were close to.
Bobby
was
was not warm and fuzzy, though,
was
but
not.
he's certainly great and nice. But
How was he to you? He didn't treat you like Bobby Bowden
It's so
did,
funny
huh?
because Brian Snitker is going to remember this. Like, I was one of the very first female reporters. This was 1997.
Yeah.
So I don't know that
How did
he was.
Bobby like that?
I don't. Listen, he was always sweet and nice and would call me Susan and Sharon and Cindy, except Sandra. And he just, if that's not his fault, he was less than concerned about me being there. But yeah, I don't know that they loved that. You know, there was maybe 3 of us in the clubhouse at that point.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think over the years who were just some of the. I mean, Josh Pastner was a great guy. We covered him for years. Good friends with him. Ron Hunter was our very good friend. You know, this notion, I guess when you're not a beat reporter, and it's so different, right? I mean, the relationship between the media and
Paul Johnson was not warm and fuzzy.
No, Paul was not.
Jan Gailey was respectful but not warm and fuzzy.
Jim Mora was, he was
Depending on what day you got him.
Yeah, but he was not authentic. He wasn't a real guy. Right. He got himself in a bunch
Dan
of trouble.
Quinn was great. Arthur Smith was great to you. He was very kind of off the record nice to you, but was not warm and fuzzy.
No. But anyway.
Raheem, very warm and fuzzy. And kind.
Kinda,
yeah.
Are you being serious? I wouldn't say he's warm and fuzzy. I'd say he's very gregarious, had a great personality, but not authentic. I mean, you knew that Raheem was, ask Dukes and Bell about that. Different dealing with Arthur Smith and dealing with Raheem was very different, man. But anyway, no one wants to sit here and talk about who we were friends with and not friends with. We have been lucky in covering some of the guys. Brian Snitker's the easiest guy you could ever root for, and he's a gentleman. He's coming in with his lovely wife.
Ronnie will be here, the 2 of them. She may have better stories than he does. So looking forward to that. And long and winding Braves country, I think you're going to really enjoy the storytelling because he's great at it.
Yeah, we're looking forward to having him here and talk a bunch of sports. He was at the game last night.
He was at Georgia Tech, Georgia. Chipper Jones, Danny Hall, and Alan Butts, who you guys remember was the bullpen coach forever under both Bobby and Snitker. So all 4 of them, what a wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Well,
Kirby was at the game last night.
A lot of sports fans talking about that last night. Did you watch it?
It was not on TV, and
Okay.
I said it's a shame it's not on TV, but some folks did mention to me, and they were right, this is a fundraiser. We're trying to get people in the building.
But I don't think that's why it wasn't
because it's been televised before.
Because there used to be.
I'm not going to argue on Twitter. I just was like, I get both sides. I just wish it was on TV for me to sit at home and watch.
That was not.
Yeah,
no. I mean, listen. The days of a blackout of like you can't show a game unless it's sold out because it takes away from the gate.
Yeah.
In this case, listen. There used to be networks that needed programming, like Fox Sports South, and they would schedule things like this, and they had the infrastructure to do it. Braves Vision is not a whole network. It is a network. It's there to be on for games. They're not programming other stuff, and that's where this stuff would air. Or the ACC or SEC network. But this time of year, they're airing ACC and SEC games. This is a inter-league game.
That's why I kind of thought at any moment when you've got number 3 and number 7, or depending on what rankings you're looking at, that's pretty a sweet get-up at Truist Park.
Yeah, it was
not
awesome.
have it on TV, it was just a little curious.
Yeah, it
to
was
me.
a little weird.
And by the way, Georgia Tech put a beat down on Georgia. They ruled it 14-4 in the 7th. So right now, Steak, Georgia Tech is 33-7, which ties the best 40-game start in history of Georgia Tech baseball.
Yeah, it's one of the great baseball teams Georgia Tech has ever had. They got a great thing going with their crowds, and the student body is way into it. And boy, do they need it, man, because football, obviously, Brent Key's done a great job getting them back and getting them relevant.
Brent Key was also there last night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So football has done a great job getting back and being relevant. Basketball is a disaster. And 3 years ago, football was also, right, until Brent Key got the thing turned around. A lot of proud tradition over at Georgia Tech, and beating Georgia baseball for them, I mean, that has got to be nothing but satisfying for those Tech fans that are used to having to show up in a Georgia Tech game and not have the results. I think, is it 8 in a row Kirby has won? I know in basketball they keep beating them, so Georgia does. Anyways, that's a few of the things that were going on last night. It'd be great to get the Braves home, but they've got some work to do, 2 more games before they come home. And they'll wrap up this road trip. First loss of the road trip. We'll talk about it.
I mean, if you're going to lose, really lose. Make it real ugly.
Yeah, that first inning was a hot mess. I mean, that was like, oh, it's one of these nights, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, you know, the lead that the Braves have carved out early is just, you know, super impressive. Like, they just have gone out and said that we are the class of the division. You know, we are the absolute class of the division. So I think Braves fans are excited about that. We got basketball coming up. Obviously, we'll get you to 9 at 9 on some of the games that happened last night as well. And we'll give you a great hour before Brian Snicker gets here around 10 o'clock, and we'll chat with him and his lovely wife and have a great Wednesday. And then you and Rusty got the draft, the NFL draft,
right?
Which exactly, I can tell you, having done this 4 years, never have we talked less about the draft. Certainly our show, Sandra, than this year, because when you don't pick number one, when you are not on the main stage, right? Main stage. So, like, you know, maybe you're auditioning and it's amateur night at the club because you're not on the main stage.
You're doing like mornings on a Wednesday morning.
You have the afternoon shift on a Tuesday. Do you guys make any money in the afternoon? Well, we got our regulars. Well, whatever it is, we're not opening on Broadway tomorrow night, man. We're somewhere down the street there in some, improv, because it sucks not to have a number one pick, and it sucks even worse when your number one pick, the reason you don't have it, is the knucklehead that James Pierce Jr. is as well. So that sets the table. Now let's do our 9 at 9.
Time for the 9 at 9. It's 9 things you need to know.
9 on the Steakhouse.
Brought to you by Barty. AC heating, plumbing, and electrical. Barty does it all. Scheduling your repairs or service is effortless at Barty.com. Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Braves fall hard in Washington, losing 11-4, and the storyline was Ronaldo Lopez didn't have it. 58 pitches, couldn't make it out of the second. Jose Suarez does come in and pitches 3 scoreless, but the back end of the bullpen really had a bad night. Drake Baldwin, Eli White both had home runs. Today they'll go at it again. That does snap the 6-game win streak. It'll be Martin Perez and Zach Littell. And I will tell you, Walt Weiss, Mark Bowman, great line of questioning after the game. Diddy Fuentes, they scratched his start on Sunday. Will he be in the mix? They're going to have to get somebody in place, because it looks like on paper only 3 pitchers are available bullpen-wise. So we got to get some help. And that is today. It could be called up as early as today. 6:45 to start tonight.
Yeah, I mean, listen, everything is pointing in the right direction for the Braves, especially when we start talking about who's coming back, right?
Spencer Strider had a night, y'all. 65 pitches.
That's
he pitched
the story.
into the 5th.
That's the story.
8 strikeouts. He's going to aim for 80 pitches during his next rehab. It is likely Sunday in Gwinnett. I don't know what everybody's out and about doing, but he'll likely be there. He did hit 96 and 98, what Mark Bowman says multiple times. So that's good news. Sean Murphy struggling a bit, 0 for 3 again tonight. So if you're counting back to Rome, hitless in 12 at bats, he'll just get his legs under him.
That's not a big deal.
Right.
That's not. What you just said about Spencer Strider, Bo, I got a smile on my face. That is, bro, you want to talk about how we make a real run of being one of the best teams in baseball? You get Spencer Strider back.
The efficiency is the biggest thing right there.
Yep.
What was it, 65?
Yeah.
In
65 pitches, you said?
65 pitches. He got into the 5. The 65 was the number, and he's like, I'm out.
And he goes into the 5th inning with that?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good. Bring me that all day, because his biggest problem has been walking folks in the past, putting people on base.
One hit, which was a bloop single, and one walk, which was questionable at a 3-2 count. So it could have gone either way. This is the best news, like Steak said. The other best news is Raisel Iglesias had the MRI. No structural damage at all. It's just inflammation. So that 15-day IL will date back to Sunday the 20th. I do want to mention a moment of silence for the New York Mets. They have lost again. That is 12 straight. They blew a 3-run lead. They did not have a hit over the final 5 innings as the Twins get them 5-3. And wait, there's more. The Phillies have lost again, 7-4. That's 7 straight losses. They've been outscored in that span 49-14.
Sorry about it. We're working hard.
Good for you. NBA, the big story. If y'all haven't seen Wemby, he took a face plant. It could not have gotten scarier, right, Steak? And we hope he'll be okay. He's in concussion protocol.
Yeah, if you remember the famous Larry Bird play, I think it was his final year against the Pacers, when he literally slammed his head against the floor and left the game. It's one of the famous highlights. I don't know how to do Boston-centric, but that's what it looked like last night. Wemby literally slamming his head right off the hardwood, and then went to sleep. He was knocked out easily for 2 seconds.
Very scary.
So I don't know how serious concussion protocol can last. It could last weeks, but could last just for a game. It could last, I don't know. They lose the game, though. Portland evens the series. The Philadelphia 76ers lost by, I don't even know, 70 game one, I think by 40. They go back, and you know what it's like to have a rookie that looks like he was a great pick, because we don't really have that right here with our buddy Risa Shea. Doesn't play much, and I'm not trying to pile on. But the Sixers got a stud in VJ Edgecombe. He had 30 points and 10 boards as a rookie, and they stunned the Celtics at the Garden by 14. And then the Lakers and LeBron win again.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Again, no Austin Reeves, no Luka Doncic. Houston, supposed to be this, great young team. And again, it's just Lakers up 2-0 in that
LeBron,
series.
28, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. He looks 28 again.
He is loving life right now.
Good for him.
It's 28, huh? Damn.
Magic Pistons tonight. Orlando's up 1-0 in that. Suns Thunder is the later game at 9:30. OKC up 1-0 in that. There we go.
All right, that's 9 at 9. When we come back, there was a certain New England Patriots coach who, I guess the term is, had to face the music. And what did he do right? And what can the young reporter, Diane Rossini, in a bad place, what can she learn from what happened yesterday in New England? We got to update you on that. And the NFL draft and the Falcons mock and all that kind of stuff. Brian Snicker, 40 minutes away. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our Hawks have made history.
This is our postseason right now.
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch round 1, game 3 here tomorrow as the Hawks take on the New York Knicks. Tip off at 7.
And the Atlanta Hawks are in the playoffs.
This is a new team and a new generation. And we are here to dominate.
Bang!
Our Hawks are in the playoffs. Catch all the action here. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
In a stunning development, Mike Vrabel apologized yesterday. Well, he didn't apologize. He said sorry. Well, he didn't say sorry. He seemed he didn't really even seem apologetic about the Diana Rossini thing, but at least he spoke to the media, called it a personal and private matter, and said that him and his family have had hard conversations. About you not cheating? Huh, weird. I'm Drake Toll.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Broken down vehicle reported eastbound on 285 at I-75 was in the right lane. That's off to the shoulder. Also some delays still westbound I-20 at Boulevard. Injury collision there that's blocking that left lane. Still heavy delays, very, very slow. Back beyond Glenwood Avenue. Southbound I-75 south of Marietta Parkway. Whatever was there, that's gone. Still seeing some delays though. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Hey, it's John Foy and Associates winning time and again like no other lawyer in our city. Personal injury attorneys, they're a dime a dozen. They're rolling through Atlanta thinking they're going to get their payday. I laugh at that. I laugh at you, I say. How dare you? John Foy has been here when you're not even in consideration. John Foy, 30 years of winning in cases, time and again, 404-400-4000, 404-400-4000. John Foy is focused. John Foy is dialed in. And johnfoy.com to learn more. He is the strong arm.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Sierra has all the best active and outdoor brands you need. From athletic stuff, like a full court pickup game, swish, to athlete-ish stuff, like a half-mile stroll. Get those steps in. And for morning hikes up the mountain trail, good pace. To nighttime ghost stories from the camping chair. What a twist! Head to Sierra or Sierra.com for the brands you want at the prices that let you do it all. From athletic to athlete-ish, Sierra's got it.
Now open in Dawsonville and opening soon in Buford.
There is nothing more meaningful that you can do for yourself, your family, or your friends than finally getting rid of that joint pain so you can enjoy the time you want to with them again, especially heading into vacation season. Here, let me help you. QC Kinetics takes care of the pain in the office and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these questions, you are the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every single day. Like, I have constant joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. You know, the pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. Or I'm missing work or saying no to activities that I really enjoy. Or I'm at the end of my rope, taking medications every day just to get through. If you answered yes to more than one of those questions, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get the relief you need. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call today and get what you need from QC Kinetics. Trust me, it'll be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and the people you care about. It's QC Kinetics.
Lock in the best seats now for the 2026 to 2027 Atlanta Hawks season.
Exploding to the basket.
What a shot!
Where moments
in his bag
become memories.
Down the lane for the flush. Got it! Shaquille Alexander Walker.
Atlanta Hawks membership presented by Ticketmaster. Put your deposit down now at hawks.com/join.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Brought to you by All Four Seasons Garages, Entry Doors, and Windows.
Now more of the Steakhouse.
Make some damn noise.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, it's 9:24 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Steak Shapiro and Sandra Golden. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Wise Guys Pro Wash. Check them out today. Busy week in the great city of Atlanta. Rusty Manziel, by the way, tomorrow will be here with Sandra. And they will be knee-deep in the NFL draft, which is coming up in one of the great football towns. There's certain towns I have a hard time rooting against, folks. Pittsburgh sports fans. It's funny because the Buffalo, I love Buffalo sports fans, especially what they've been through. And the Buffalo Sabres are playing Boston. They had the longest playoff drought of anybody in professional sports, I believe. And the Sabres were in against the Bruins. Have you paid any attention to that?
I paid attention because Josh Allen did the whole warm-up last night.
Oh, last night.
He was there. He
Yeah.
was pretty great.
Well,
yeah.
they came back the other night. They were down 2-0, scored 4 straight goals. Those fans are unbelievable. That is a great crowd. It's hard to root against Buffalo. And, they hadn't been in the playoff in 20-something years, and they're in, and the crowds are unbelievable. But some of those towns are just ones you want to root for.
100%.
And and then there's others, like New York. And we'll talk more about the Hawks. And I get what I think is going to be an interesting adjustment by the Knicks that I've become aware of, and I'll tell you more about that as they talk about matching up in Game 3.
A little bit of breaking news. We were just talking about it at 9 at 9. Didier Fuentes has been called up, and not only has he been called up, he will start today. So it was Martin Perez. Didi Fuentes will go today against Zach Littell for the 6:45 start. And I think we should keep an eye on Chris Sale's stake was scheduled to go tomorrow. He threw over 100 pitches his last outing, so maybe, and I don't think he loves to throw in the daytime by memory, and they're supposed to go at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So maybe we just get a little bit of a Martin Perez goes down the line, and Chris will go at home on Friday. So there you go. Phillies come into town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take Chris Sale on a Friday night at Truist in a heartbeat, dude. I mean, that is as good as it gets.
Zach Wheeler, by the way, will make his first start for Philadelphia since August. He is starting Saturday night, which is the big night that all y'all are there because Snitker is going into the Hall of Fame. So, little baseball note. There.
All right. Yesterday, it was breaking news in middle of the day. You knew it was coming at some point, especially with the National Football League draft and all the reporters that surround your team. We do the same thing with Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham and, the powers that be. So Mike Vrabel had to speak at some point, and his offseason, or at least the last 4 weeks have been one of tumult for sure. The scandal with Diana Rossini and him found at a hotel with look-like private investigator, private detective photos that blew up her world. She had to resign or chose to resign from the New York Times / The Athletic. So the Patriots don't tell you that this is the Mike Vrabel press conference. There was no announcement, said Vrabel will talk to the media. It was supposed to be draft conversation, light crowd in Foxborough.
Who was supposed to be speaking?
I think they said a couple of players that were there for workouts, but not a big deal and not one that you'd bring your whole contingent to. And then they found out minutes before, no, Vrabel's going to talk. Very well orchestrated by New England. I don't have, some of the reporters are bitching about it. Regardless, he had to get in front of the microphone, right? I mean, the draft, they were not going to let him speak, the reporters, about the draft and not pepper him with questions about what was going on. So that he had to address some of it. He had a prepared statement, and here's a little bit, and we'll react to how he did and how that affects the story. Here he is.
I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. Those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and to ourselves. Care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them.
So, the language there is pretty specific. They spent some time on the statement. I've had difficult conversations with people that I love. I don't think there's a lot of gray area there, guys, right? There is no notion of I have been harassed in the media, unfounded conjecture has caused pain for my family. There's none of this. It's laughable, which was his immediate response. Right. The night it breaks, Rossini has one comment, he has another, and he says it's laughable that being with he didn't call her a coworker, but an associate in the business is laughable. But he was stone cold busted in trying to react that night and obviously did not think clearly. And we did a long dissertation, having been through personally stuff like this and seen it, and then just covered it and been around people who have advised. What a terrible job she did with her resignation to The Athletic that basically was blaming the media, didn't take personal responsibility, talked about I'm not going to subject myself to this, therefore I'm moving away, and then talking about her impeccable record covering the National Football League when, what did I say to you, Sandra? Nobody cares. Just apologize and move on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Mike Vrabel is a very well-liked guy. Certainly he's beloved there. I mean, in the first year you go to the Super Bowl, but again, that's about wins and losses, right? But I think that, you could see the uncomfortableness. He doesn't really take many questions after.
He doesn't take any questions regarding this. This was a 2.5-minute diatribe on here's what I have to say about it, and he considers the matters closed.
Well, he did take some questions. They just didn't have the TV cameras on.
Because they said turn off your...
But you still have a reporter writing the answers. It wasn't off the record. Well, he took questions and he deflected them. They said, what did the Kraft say to you? How do you feel about Dan Rossini being fired? I mean, he answered them, but they're trying to move on desperately. They're in Boston. They have hundreds of people covering the Patriots. They're trying to move on, and they'll probably be, he's in a lot better shape than the female counterpart in this situation for multiple reasons, there's an ethics thing with the reporter. You can argue that, why is it okay for guys to be best friends and, work out all the time with players like Jay Glazer does, but it's not okay for her, but whatever. Listen, the whole thing, that's like trying to say the difference between men and women, and, that's just, certain things are facts. He is in no danger of losing his job. Certainly with Bob Kraft as his owner, be somewhat hypocritical. Not that Bob Kraft was cheating on his wife when he ended up in that massage parlor situation, but it was a scandal the morning of the AFC Championship game, and Bob Kraft is getting busted at a massage joint, right? So, he wasn't going to turn around and fire a guy that went to the Super Bowl his first year. And it looks like at least you felt like there seemed to be some remorse and acknowledgement.
Oh, he looked like a puppy with the tail between the legs. He all but said, I'm busted. He chose his words differently, but that's what he was saying. And, New England, the Patriots, and I think you're too close to this to be objective because you love them, but the Patriots manipulated this so that no reporters were there. And I'd like to see the reaction of a news camera that says, turn your cameras off. You can't do that. I don't know. I'm not going to get my panties in a wad over this anymore. Because like I told you, the fact that those two got caught is a tale as old as time. People are having affairs. He chose to handle it one way. She chose to handle it another way. Both have egg on their face and they trickle down effect, and what you're doing to your families, you go look in the mirror about it. I'm not wasting time on you. Do the right thing for a change, folks.
Well, what does that mean?
That means don't have an affair.
Okay, well, whatever. So you're sitting here, you're not going to judge them, but you're sitting here saying, I am going to judge them because...
Well, I'm not going to sit in the studio and get all upset over it again of the
what are you
way
most
that
upset
because
about?
you're like the Patriots, really. Yeah, because they're trying to control the message like they should. That's their head coach. He's not being investigated, nothing. Okay, fine. I do agree with you. She maybe should have stayed silent more like he did. Go into a cave, be quiet, let it die down a little bit, and maybe cooler heads prevail. That she could actually have said, I don't want to be a distraction to my newspaper. I have a lot of respect, and I'm going to go be with my family. Yeah. So whatever it was.
She played the victim. And she's blaming everybody else. Right. She'll be hired in 2 seconds. They love her on Barstool. They love her on, who is it? Lebitard show loves her. Now Stugatz has a show. She's super entertaining. But she did not get good advice. And she started talking about a girls' trip where there's no sign that there are any other people there. So I'm not saying, what's there to stick up? It would be the same with every professional team. They're trying to figure out how to move on. I'm not saying the Patriots.
I think you cannot be objective when it's Mike Vrabel.
In terms of what?
In terms of
what do you want me
how
to
you
say?
just
He's an
worded
evil
this
person?
the other day. No, I don't want you to say that. I just feel like you're like, oh, and the Patriots handled that, and they chose to whatever the word
I'm
you.
explaining how they.
I know. I'm just saying we're going to disagree on this. I think that you cannot be unbiased when it comes to the Patriots, and that's okay.
Well, that may be the case. I think that. For Mike Vrabel, he's probably past it. Diane Rossini could find herself in the same place. She just needs to get better advice. So, but it sounded to me like a guy that said, yeah, like you said, we're busted.
Yeah.
If I'm having serious conversations with my family, then I have to, look in the mirror at that. She did not say that. So that's a difference of how they handled it. When we come back, how are we going to handle Game 3? The New York Knicks are coming in. There'll be a ton of Knicks fans in the building. They think that was just like literally when I tell you that New York thinks that was a fluke, that was an aberration, that was foolishness. Why the Atlanta Hawks can give all of those Knicks fans an education, it starts tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Finally, it's starting to settle down. Northbound I-85 in Georgia 400. Stalled out vehicle was in the right lane. That's on the shoulder. Really not much of a backup there. Also, your eastbound 285 at I-75 was in the right lane. That's off to the side. Lanes are getting through, but still pretty heavy delays. I would say it's heavy back on Bolton Road. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by Emory Healthcare.
This report is brought to you by Emory Healthcare, keeping you in the game with Emory Orthopedics and Spine Center, using advanced treatments to relieve pain and get you back to living life without limits. Learn more at emoryhealthcare.org/ortho.
Wise Guys Pro Wash, you hear us talk about it all the time. So why do you talk about them all the time? Because they're the best at what they do, and I actually am a customer. So I'd like to recommend them to you, especially now when you can save money when you mention me. $70 off services when you call and say, hey, Sandra from the game said you're awesome, because that is the truth. WiseGuysProWash.com. It's really simple. You actually can punch in your address. You can get an estimate over whatever you want done. You want your roof treated and cleaned? They can do that. You just want the driveway done? They can do that. They can pair up some stuff. How about that back deck and all the porch furniture? They can do that, and it will not ruin it. Why do I bring up ruin it? If you have a company that uses those hard bristles on the power wash, what are you doing? What are you doing, people? That stuff actually chips all the paint. It ruins the furniture. It's not good. They are soft brushes. They are highly, highly, highly respected. It's WiseGuysProWash.com.
At long last, all the greatest hits together on one compact disc with timeless classics like
The lottery just paid, I finally got it made.
And who can forget the mega hit Big Money?
Big money, ain't it funny? The cash is raining down.
Minutes of pure listening pleasure.
I hit the jackpot and I got
No one wants these hits, but everyone wants a nice hit of cash. Play the new hit family of scratchers from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Carl Dukes here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows, and wait, your windows won't open. They leak. They are cracked. They need repainting. Again, getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the more you buy, the more you save sale, you can save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Hey, it's Andy Bunker. If you're buying a new car or home this spring, start with Delta Community Credit Union, your go-to for great rates and smart financing. Apply for a home loan or refinance and get $1,000 off closing costs. Ready for a new ride? Auto loans start as low as 3.69% APR for well-qualified borrowers with excellent credit. But don't wait. These limited time offers end May 31st. Get started today at deltacommunitycu.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 888-840-1141. Closing costs offer not valid for home equity loans.
When you're craving scratch-made food, 29-degree draft beer, and the best seat in the house for every game, there's only one place to go. Twin Peaks. From juicy burgers and smoked in-house wings to ice-cold brews, served by the friendliest team around. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs means you never miss a moment. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where the views are great and the food hits hard, and the beer is always colder than your ex's heart. Wow! Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Now, more Steak and Sandra. Cool. It's the Steakhouse.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Steak Shapiro and Sandra Golden, Brian Sticker, co-host with us at 10 o'clock hour. We'll call that part of our Leaders segment. We've had some esteemed folks roll through here over the years. Brian Kemp, the governor's been here a few times. He'll be back before his run is over, essentially in November when we'll have a new governor. But he'll be here at some point soon. Ed Bastian at Delta, and Andre Dickens, and our police chief, who's been here numerous times, head of the airport.
You've had quite a roster.
We have had a roster, yes, indeed. So Brian Snicker adds to that. Looking forward to hear about what life is like after baseball. 40 years with one organization. It is fascinating how everything is ramped up. You know, Portland won last night in San Antonio against the Spurs, and Wemby, has a scary concussion. And last night, the Philadelphia 76ers tied their series 1-1. Just like the Hawks did. They tied their series 1-1. But, as far as national media, everything, or maybe it's just our social feeds because we live in Atlanta, but I've never watched so much New York sports talk radio, New York television, New York commentators, New York I mean, you would have thought it was the second coming of the collapse of New York City. I mean, talking about a game 2 in a first round, right? Have you ever seen so much about one game and one quarter, the way they're flipping out?
They're so close to New York up there that they're so that's all that matters in life is New York. I mean, I'm looking at the draft. They've done 10 minutes on the New York Giants. Are you serious right now?
Well, I think the point is, especially when it comes to the Knicks.
Oh, yeah. They are polarizing.
It's like everybody wants to talk. Stephen A. is a fan, and, there's all these other national guys. And at the end of the day, listen, did the Knicks blow the game? I mean, I don't know. It's semantics. Did the Hawks stage an incredible comeback, or did the Knicks just choke? I mean, both can be true. Knicks missed a lot of foul shots. That makes you think there's a little choke job on that one. In fact, late in the game, they missed 2 with under a minute left. But at the end of the day, listen, the Atlanta Hawks had a run. Yes, they were beating up on the tank teams in the NBA, but then they started beating the Pistons and the Celtics and Cleveland, all really good teams. And they did that because they got really good players. Jalen Johnson's a really good player. Hasn't done it quite yet. Dyson Daniels is a really good player. Nikhil, McCollum, Okongwu's come a long way. We got a really good coach in Quinn Snyder. So am I shocked we won game 2? No, we weren't. I was here Monday and said they're going to win game 2. Yep. Because that's just how the NBA is. Philadelphia lost by 40. They won last night by 17. That's sports. That's the NBA. So We're not some dog team. We're in the 6th seed. We played great for 2 months, and we are a problem. Are they a problem? Absolutely. Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns and having to play this Tony Bradley guy, that's a disaster. I mean, that's a disaster. We really have problems matching up. I'll tell you what else is a disaster. Jalen Brunson trying to guard C.J. McCollum, which I can tell you, Sandra, that will change.
Mm-hmm.
I know pretty well now that they are number one adjusting, saying, I think they figured that, and they have really good defenders. Anunoby's one of them. Bridges is a pretty good defender. Jalen Brunson's not, but they probably they said, you got Nikhil and you got Jalen and make their life miserable. And they have made their lives miserable.
Right.
Nikhil Alexander-Walker hasn't had a good look at the basket, it feels like, in 2 games. Dyson Daniels putting up numbers like he had in New Orleans, like 6 points a game. But they felt like we'll be okay with Brunson and McCollum. That's not going to be the case. Somebody in New York is going to have to cover C.J. McCollum, and it ain't going to be Jalen Brunson. So look for that. I think we're in a great place, Sandra, because we're going to get better looks at home. We're going to have that crowd, no matter how many Knicks fans are in there. Here's the problem for the Knicks. If we get hot, which we can from 3, and Nikhil gets looks and Jalen gets looks and CJ continues to get looks, then we could just have one of those nights where the Knicks are like, those guys were too athletic for us tonight. We're winning more games. Do I think we can win the series? No. I think they have playoff experience. They're bigger. This is not the team that's going to go deep because, you don't want Tony Bradley as your backup center or a Congo at 6'9". Like, we need a big guy. I worry about Kuminga a little bit, even though he had a good night, that he's not really playing within our system. But I just think it's going to be so fun to watch how this thing goes. And if we win Game 3.
Oh, my God.
If we win Game 3, the freak out in New York will be one of the most entertaining things.
And the ticket for Club State Farm on Saturday night will become likely untouchable. Like, that's going to be so great.
Yeah.
The national media did kind of trend toward Atlanta yesterday, listening
for
on
game,
the others
for Game 3.
For Game 3, like, Atlanta went in there. Y'all don't know what it's like to play in Atlanta. Kendrick Perkins went off on, he goes, that's like, you have never seen it when they get lit inside State Farm.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, here we go. Harry Douglas did a whole thing where he played on his show, Welcome to Atlanta. He goes, y'all don't know. You don't know. So you're not here tomorrow. So I just looked up the line.
Yeah. You want me to predict what the number is? Knicks by 2.
1.5. 1 on most outlets, it says.
Knicks?
The Knicks by 1.
Yeah.
1.5 on some. So
yeah,
where
it's a
are you
pick 'em
leaning?
game.
So pick 'em.
Okay. Here's where I'm leaning. Our best players haven't done anything yet, and we're still 1-1. That's really bad for the Knicks. So we're going to get one of the next 2. We're going to be 2-2 and go back to New York. We're not getting swept at home. That's you know me. I like to have a feeling for it. It's a coin toss. That's why the spread's 1.
Okay.
If Nikhil shoots it well and Jalen gets comfortable, then we're going to be fine. And I don't know which one of those games, but we're not. I mean, the Knicks are a nice team, but they have their liabilities as well.
Yeah.
They're big, but they are going to have a hard time defending us. I don't know. It's just going to be fun, right? Isn't that all we asked for?
Listen, y'all have been preaching all season long, and you've been so high on this new look Hawks team that we have a playoff game in Atlanta at State Farm when it matters. And this is happening twice this week. And I think it's
know
great
it's
for our
awesome.
city.
I think I'm going Saturday night with my son. I said it's father-son night. So what a great thing to be able to do is just to go down. I mean, NBA games are great in the playoffs. It's just such a difference from going to regular season games in general. So,
and the NBA was also commenting that thank God that the Sixers made it close because those first game 1s were blowouts.
Awful.
So
awful.
Yeah.
Right.
So I know you're super excited. You got 2 games tonight. Orlando's up 1-0. Magic Pistons. That's at 7. ESPN has the games tonight. By the way, Suns Thunder 9:30. OKC leading that one 1-0.
Is it just 1?
How in the world are the Lakers doing this? How in the world?
LeBron's numbers are pretty crazy at 41 years old.
And his post game, if you guys get a peek at it, he is so excited and has that. He looks like he has just absolutely had a spring awakening. So good for. I say good.
I
for
don't
him.
think that he ever believed he would be back in the starring role seat with Luka Doncic there. Luka Doncic was having a ridiculous 2 months, like 43 and 14, 50 one night, 30. Like, dude, he was putting up just crazy numbers. Right. And then Austin Reeves is like this, hot young star, and LeBron's over there like, I know my role finally. First time in my career. And now, at 41 years old, there is a lot of hate out there for LeBron, which I've never bought into that at all. One of the most unique, delivered on the promise more than any athlete in history on the cover of Sports Illustrated in high school. And 20 years later, he is now winning playoff games at 41 years old. Actually, 24 years later. He was 16. He's 41. It's 25 years.
That's incredible.
That guy's been a star for 25 years. For 25 years. So,
I do hope Wemby's okay. You guys, if you haven't seen it, go find it on the intranets. Because when I tell you, he hit his chin so hard and went night-night on the court. And I'm being facetious, but it's scary. And he leans up against the post, and he's like holding his head. He gone. He's in concussion protocol.
No, he was out.
And they play in Portland on Friday. I would be shocked if he's playing. Shocked.
Yeah. It's going to, I don't know. Every concussion.
They say
different.
It's 48 out. Yeah.
Every concussion's different, but it could be
longer.
longer.
That one is real different.
Yeah.
I mean, that
one was.
Steak hadn't seen it this morning, and Steak was like, "Oh, ooh."
Yeah, that was nasty.
Yeah.
So the NFL draft tomorrow night in Pittsburgh, and teams making moves, and obviously the Giants put 2 picks in the top 10 after making the trade with Lawrence. And, there'll be a ton of focus on New York, as there should be with any team with 2 top 10s, especially in that market. The Mendoza pick to the Raiders, where he will not be there, but the future of the Raiders, right? He'll get acquainted with Kirk Cousins, which is, kind of fascinating in its own right, that here's another young quarterback that Kirk Cousins is going to be asked to, I don't know, mentor, hold the seat for, if you will. But it just takes the wind out of your sails in Atlanta. Maybe it's great that we have our game 3, but it takes the wind out of your sails when you are not. There's no shit. I mean, think about what we've been living through, the drama behind picks. Like, our first round picks of late, because we ain't good, right? Kyle Pitts, the highest drafted tight end in history. Bijan Robinson, maybe right now the most electrifying player in the National Football League, certainly the best running back. Drake London, a franchise receiver, maybe Julio Jones, the only guy with better skills than Drake London. Michael Penix Jr., the most talked about pick, arguably in NFL history, because of what happened with Kirk Cousins, and nobody could believe it, right? So we've got this run.
And last year when we're sitting there, y'all, at 15, and Jalen Walker is still there at 13, still there at 14. The drama, the Twitter goes crazy. Our text line was like, if they don't take Jalen Walker,
and then we get another pick in the first round because we make our trade. So, we've been living of and I've done the show. I think we're on remote again. I think we're at the golf tournament on Friday, day after the draft. But, we've been coming in on those Fridays oh, boy.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is juicy. Look at this. If we didn't have a top 10 pick that we thought could change the franchise, and listen, we thought Kyle Pitts could help change the franchise. We certainly thought Michael Penix at that position, or we just didn't know why they took him, or Drake London or Bijan. What are we picking, 48? Is that our number?
48 is day 2.
Jeez.
You know what it is? It's like spring training. We talk about this is the greatest thing. We're going to have the greatest team ever. That's what the draft is. We picked the greatest guy. We're going to just be so wonderful because you don't have
hope.
any.
It's all kinds of hope,
we
right?
Hope.
But I mean, listen, you need more than a player. Basketball really gives you hope, and that's why it's fascinating for the Hawks, because if we're picking top 4, you're getting one of the most hyped players in recent draft. By the way, it is painful to watch that kid. Was it Edgecombe from Philly, who's a rookie? Zachary Risachet is so far down that bench right now. He was the number 1 pick in the draft, right? Now, there was no way that was the hope.
Are you calling it a bust?
Oh yeah, I think he's going to be gone. I think his agent's going to say, "Get me out of Atlanta."
Right.
I mean, I think his game is going backwards. I think his confidence level. And my point is trying to talk about the NFL, but I mean, the first round picks are supposed to be about providing hope and turning around the franchise. We don't have it, which would have been fine if James Pierce Jr. wasn't acting like a complete idiot and behaving the way he was, which there were a lot of rumors. I've asked folks now. I said, everybody knew, great player, but incredibly difficult for the folks in Knoxville to deal with.
Let me ask you something. Peter Schrager brought this up on his podcast. He's on NFL Today and ESPN. He talked about put your phone down during the NFL draft. And he worded it like the draft is a great reality show. Why would you want to know a couple of minutes before the big announcement who was eliminated from some sort of reality show?
Yeah, totally buy that.
So are you
I hate it on my phone in general. Do you understand that TV is 10, 15 seconds behind? That I get a notification that, Drake Baldwin just doubled in 2 runs.
Right.
And I'm watching TV and he's down 0-2. And it's like, I think we're going to be okay here. Yeah, it sucks. You get the pick before it happens. 100%. It's not unlike someone, don't give me the final score before, I'm going home to watch the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, let the draft play itself out. Why can't you be off your phone? Let it play out for your team. And I think it's interesting now that delay is a thing, right?
The delay is a thing, and they're talking about how the process. He does a good job. I'm going to tweet that out if y'all want to listen to it, of exactly who gets the nod and who gets told and who tweets it out, and then the teams, and then it finally Roger Goodell with the pick.
Yeah,
it goes.
It's way late.
So, yeah.
It's way late.
But I'm wondering about Falcon fans, are you 100% going to sit in front of that TV? Because I do think the Atlanta crowd, we're also watching, do my Florida State boys get picked? Do the Georgia boys? There's such a different kind of...
Do you have another team you root for?
Yeah.
Do you have kids from your college getting picked? Are you following a storyline? There's not enough quarterbacks to be a fascinating draft either. So even just from a, next year's...
standpoint.
Yeah, it's just not.
Right. Yeah.
So watch the Hawks and Knicks and listen to Conti and... Steve Holman. That's your plan. And you'll get, and by the way, have your phone. That way you can see the picks as they come down. But you don't need to watch nothing. Brian Snicker, live in studio for the hour. Coming up, Sports Radio 92.9.
Hey, this is Randy McMichael from the Midday Shows, and coming up on a Hump Day Wednesday, my main man, Pastor Troy, joins us in studio. Also, Emory Hunt joins us to get us ready for the draft, and Grant McCauley also to talk Braves. That starts at 11 o'clock on Wednesday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Couple of leftover accidents. Not too bad. It's starting to wind down a little bit. South on I-75 at Windy Hill Road. That one is off to the shoulder. So seeing some delays as you approach that area. Also eastbound 285 at I-75. That's off to the right shoulder. Still seeing some pretty hefty delays. You can tack on at least 20 minutes there. And your westbound I-20 Panola Road, that stalled out vehicle, that's gone a little bit slow. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Basketball playoffs are underway. Trade every game, series, and the championship on Kelsey. You're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Hello, Atlanta. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account and participate in financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This report is brought to you by A1 Garage Door.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Atlanta Braves had their winning streak snapped at 6 games last night in an 11-4 loss to the Washington Nationals. Ronaldo Lopez had a tough outing in the loss, allowing 4 earned runs and 8 base runners in just 1 inning of work. Meanwhile, in New York, the Mets have lost their 12th game in a row, their most consecutive losses since 2002. In the NBA, Spurs big man Victor Wembanyama was diagnosed with a concussion during San Antonio's 106-103 loss to the Trailblazers last night. The diagnosis leaves the status for the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year in doubt for Game 3 in Portland. I'm Garrett Chapman.
This is so exciting! Sounds like da bomb. Nope, we're not done. It's more of the Steakhouse.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Left side, Swanson to first. The Bruins are world champions!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Stakey, Sandy, the number one radio station in the city of Atlanta, and joining us on our leaders/co-hosting segment, soon to be in the Braves Hall of Fame, world champion Brian Snitker with us. Great to see you, Brian. A pleasure to get you in studio.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Always glad, love talking to y'all. It's kind of nice to see where you're hanging out.
Yeah,
so,
I'll give you the proverbial, it may sound like the proverbial, but it is as accurate as I can tell you, and you're watching us on the YouTube channel. You legitimately look, I'd say, 8 to 10 years younger. And that didn't mean you didn't look fine as a manager, but do you agree?
First thing I said, I was like, my goodness, what are you doing?
Is going
You
on?
look great.
You got like color and you're thin and you're
big
like,
smile.
what's happening?
Yeah, I know. Boy, I'll tell you.
Have a lot of people said that to you?
Yeah, no, everybody I run into. And that's what I said. It's like, God, I must have looked horrible the last 10 years. I do. I feel great. I think stress got a lot to do. This is a stressful job. I mean, it's day in, it's 365 for 12 months a year. You don't ever get away from it. And you know what? It's some of the things you miss too. You know, when you're on go all the time.
Well, it's not a normal job.
No.
Nobody. Well, you know what? You 40 years and 50-something years in baseball, you have, it's not all wine and roses and a lot of bus trips and all that stuff it's not a lifestyle job that you choose to say, I'm going to be the healthiest person ever. I'm going to get into baseball, right?
No, right. No, I always said we're a sick breed that does this. I mean, and likes it and wants to do it, and it's how we're wired. And you know what? I wouldn't have changed anything in those 50 years. And I used to tell people, it's like I drive to the ballpark 81 times a year at home, and probably about 76 of them I'm, not real happy. I got something I'm getting ready to deal with at the ballpark, and even on when everything's going good, there's still things behind the scenes that you got to take care of, and they call it managing. It's that you manage everything in this job, and you're a part of everything, and the whole building, the responsibility to a fan base that you. And I felt that. It's we got great fans, and it's the regional, and it's amazing. So I'm not missing that, quite honestly. I miss the game. I miss being around the guys, all that kind of stuff. But I have an outlet. 3 guys that I'm following around, and I've probably seen more baseball this spring than I have the last 10 years.
Yeah, explain your family and who's doing what and where you've been spending most of your time since you made that decision.
I've been, we were just talking, I was telling Sandra, I've been spending a lot of time in the yard with my wife and trying to help out there when I can, and the calendar's full. It's amazing. I'm an alumni now, so I'm helping out with some of the alumni events at the ballpark and signings and the meet and greets, which is cool.
You're a celebrity. You're a Brave celebrity.
World champion, buddy. Yeah. World champion. But what
Hall
about
of Famer.
But the boys, where?
Yeah, they're Luke and Jude are 10. They're playing out of 643, which is a really cool organization. They do a great job there. There's a lot of fun. They're learning how to play the game, and they love it. They love it, and they practice twice a week, tournaments on the weekends. I'm the official. I make sandwiches. I make sure they're hydrated. I got snacks.
That's classic. You go from managing Ronald Acuna and trying to figure out who we're going to throw at to all right, what are the snacks?
Exactly.
What do they like? What do they? Am I allowed to bring donuts, or is that considered not cool?
That's great.
Cutting up strawberries and grapes and making a turkey and cheese sandwiches and. Make sure they got enough waters in there because it's fixing to get hot. So it's great. I spend a lot of time with them, and I tell my daughter I'll come pick them up, I'll bring them home, I'll feed them in between, and I love every second of it.
So what is it, the tangible 2 or 3 things you miss the most, and the 2 or 3 things you absolutely don't miss any bit of it.
I don't miss the travel anymore. That I started worrying about. I woke up in New York last June, I think, and it was like 100 degrees out, and I was on the 53rd floor, and I woke up at like 3 in the morning, and I had this mini panic attack because I was like, if that fire alarm goes off, I'll never make it down the stairs. They're going to find me in the stairwell burnt to a crisp. And I started worrying about getting off the bus and falling and things like that. And I just the travel started wearing me
Giving
out
you anxiety.
as much as anything.
Because you couldn't control, maybe less control of your life. Or...
And, it wasn't as the cities have changed over the last few years. And I used to love to get up and take walks. And I got to a point where I'll just, in the hotel till the bus.
That must have told you something.
Yeah,
about
it did.
How to make that decision.
Well, it last year when I was in New York City and I was looking out and always like to be up high and you could look over Central Park or see St. Patrick's Cathedral or something like that. And I was like, you know what, this isn't cool anymore. And I'd been thinking about it for a couple of years. Just being away and missing things, and because I was like, I missed everything my kids did in my career. I saw my son play 3 innings of high school baseball, and that was because I was home for my daughter's high school graduation.
That's tough.
Yeah, no, it is tough.
That's a sacrifice. And I'm always fascinated by your career because there was this. I don't know what you call it. The way you bounce back and forth, like, 8 years in the majors, staying at the nicest hotels, flying private. Oh, and now here you are down in the minors. Get back on the buses. It's one thing to miss games when you're the manager getting paid millions of dollars. It's another thing to miss everything when you're back in the minors and taking buses and, don't even know if there's another path to get back up there. But you went back and forth for years.
Oh, I know. I was recycled, I think, 4 or 5 times is kind of how I termed it.
I've never seen a career and not leaving the organization.
Yeah.
It's not like I bounced to the Astros and the Mets had me as a bench coach. Oh, no, the Braves have you down there and you'll spend about whatever many years. So,
I know.
So how do you get your mind around those I don't want to call them demotions. You call them whatever they are. But
there was a couple of them that were hard, and I did consider, and I started getting out a list of people to call. But then, you know what? You sit back and you weigh things, and at one point later in my career, I think after the last recycle, when I went back and managed AAA, my mom was in a nursing home, and I said, you know what? If I go to somewhere else, I'm liable to be in Arizona for spring training and on the West Coast or doing this or that. And how am I going? I can't take care of her. If I'm in Atlanta, I was managing AAA, and I said I can leave that job for a couple days if I need to take care of her. It was tough even when I was a third base coach because it's like you just can't hand those keys over to everybody, and especially as a manager.
Right.
So, there was things that I'm glad I did. They were tough decisions. They were, I had to kind of swallow my pride sometimes and do what's best for the family. And it all, it worked out. It worked out. And
I like what you said to young players that come in and minor leaguers and they're bitching about something or they're getting frustrated about, I got to spend 2 weeks down here.
Yeah.
And you could look at them and go like, hey, son, you want to talk about
exactly
reality? Look over here for a second.
Yes,
and I'll tell you about that whole.
And I would tell him, I said, look, dude, I did my job in the big leagues, and I'm and got kicked out. So you're coming. I'll talk to you about anything you want. I'll love to help you, but when you start barking up that tree, you're talking to the wrong guy right now because you're not going to get sympathy from me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I know it's tough, and it is tough. This is a hard game. You better have tough skin because it's not for everybody. And they tell them that too. Sometimes it's like, you know what, dude, this isn't for everybody. I called a guy in one time, and I was like, you're still young. You may want to go try to play football because this isn't for you. I'm sorry. It's just the reality of it,
Well, also, it's such a cruel game because we've seen this with the Braves. Oh, this guy's going to be our guy for the next 8 years. So this guy's going to be the number 3 starter. It's all locked up. And, there's a number of guys. And then it's just like, that was a blip. And then you look and you go, his career did not turn out anywhere near what we thought it could have been.
And you look in today's game, how many guys that were established major leaguers a couple of years ago don't have games or they're on minor league deals.
Yep.
And it is so fragile. And why I say, you know what, I tell the guys, you live for today. I mean, because yesterday's so far away, is gone. Tomorrow is really far away. And the only thing you can control is today.
The competitiveness, the dopamine rush,
Yeah.
the bottom of the eighth decisions at workout, is that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that the stuff you miss?
Yeah, you know what? I remember Tito said this when he came back. He said, I missed the ninth inning. The gut-wrenching ninth inning when you bring the closer in, one-run game, he walks the leadoff guy, and you get out of it, and you go in the office, and you close the door, and you sit back and just exhale and think, God, that was cool. It's not when you're going through it, but it is one of those things that, you know what, you do miss. I don't know that I've went through it so much, and right now where I'm at in my life, I'm not sure I'm going to miss that, quite honestly. But it is something that, and I used to sit in my chair after that thing, and this is what you're going to miss right here. That you're going to walk away, and then this is the thing that you're going to miss, and it is that rush and everything is pretty cool.
Yeah, the bus feels different that night.
Yes,
the plane with those guys.
The plane ride is really good. That's
Watching,
why guys talk about happy flight. That's a real thing. It's like they start that game or the game's over and you win and you're traveling. It's like happy flight because it is.
Did you ever have to say this flight seems way too? I mean, I would assume the 0-7 start last year, you guys weren't exactly partying on the way back from California.
No,
but is it always take care of itself, or are there times like? I don't think Snit's going to want to see you guys joking and laughing. You just blew a game in Chicago in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, you know what? You got to have a little. You got to have a little court awareness as a player, as a coach, as a manager.
Yeah.
And then there are times. There are times when you're going bad that, you know what, they don't want to see me like that. They want to see me understand that, you know what, this is going to be okay. Because I noticed you looking at. In a dugout, when things go wrong, something happens on the field, the first person I'd look around, everybody's looking at you. They want to see how you're going to react.
Well, when there's a base running error or if something happens, cameras going right to you.
Oh, no,
because they want the money shot.
Absolutely.
You throwing up your arms.
Yep.
That idiot. Or they're looking.
They didn't get that from you. You were Switzerland.
No,
you were stoic in Switzerland.
Well, and then you know what though? That's the moments that's why you have an office with a door, and you can bring somebody in and talk about it. What happened? They're grown men. They don't be yelled at. I don't be yelled at. I've been yelled at as an adult and as a major league manager, and it's no fun. And I wasn't going to treat anybody like that because these guys all want to do well. They work really hard at what they do. And Major League Baseball, they're in a tough world right now with all this social media. And there's just something, my wife just sent me one that bopped up on me. All of a sudden, there's a new AI out there. I didn't realize last year. I said, I didn't realize I was this good, and I had no idea I was this bad.
Right. Joe Torre once said, managing in New York, the reason I don't read the New York Post is when we're winning, I'm going to be convinced I might be the greatest manager of all time.
Yeah.
And when we're losing, I'm going to believe that there's never been anybody worse.
Exactly.
I'm an idiot.
That's it. The first thing when I got this job, I don't know how many major league managers I had that called me and said, "Don't read the local newspaper, don't listen to talk radio, don't do all that because it'll get in the back of your mind and you'll say something you're going to regret."
We got to tell Ronnie to stop sending you that stuff.
Yeah,
Call her.
My daughter used to tell me, "Dad, they're just killing you on
you.
social media," and I was like, "I don't read it. Why are you?"
telling me?
We've gotten those. I didn't say I heard it, Steak, but my family's telling me.
I know, exactly.
You guys are all in. Brian Snickers here. Let's relive winning a World Series. We'll do that when we come back. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Tonight, Atlanta United hosts New England Revolution.
Game time 7:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
There is a ton of buzz that the Arizona Cardinals could actually select Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love with the 3rd overall pick tomorrow night in the NFL Draft. And I actually believe this could happen. A lot of reputable sources are reporting it. And if they do, this would be like you buy a plot of land to build a house. And instead of putting down the foundation first, you build a bowling alley. It would make no sense for the rebuilding Cardinals. I'm Nick Costos.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say you want somebody in your house you can trust? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying you got to have them over for dinner and, like, you know, go to your, I don't know, wine room and have a beautiful burgundy. I'm just talking about people coming to your house, like, taking care of stuff. Like being clean and professional and on time and doing things the way they're supposed to. So if you trust them in garage doors, maybe you'll trust them with your windows. Maybe you'll trust them with your front door. Maybe you trust them with your back door. And maybe curb appeal matters. I hadn't even talked to Sandra about the master's party I had at my house, and folks came up, and I had 3 different people go, "Oh, dude, you get new garage doors?" I was like, "Yeah." "What do you think? You think I'm playing on the radio when I talk about All Four Seasons?" I'm not. I don't. They're the best. Dan Watkins and Company. Check them out today. You have a need, they'll take care of it. All number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 404-999-1299. That's 404-999-1299.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need.
My favorite player in the draft is Vavega Ioane from Penn State, the left guard. He's been starting for 2+ years, but when you watch him, I think he's more physical. Nobody seems to be able to just bull rush him and back him up and collapse the pocket on him. And once he gets his hands on you, he's either going to put you on the ground or he's going to stop your feet from moving.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42!
You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off all new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's all, Ken.